Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chair, for members, I have Honourable Govana is running a bit late. She had a flight problem. Honourable Gasa indicates that she may have to leave a bit earlier because she has another commitment. I do know that DG and DM may not be with us this morning due to other commitments, Chairperson. Those are the apologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Minister, will give you an opportunity to give us your own apologies from your side when we give you an opportunity to make your presentations. Just as a form of welcoming remarks, honorable members, we'll be engaging on a very important topic in this sitting. We are engaging on the status of the schooling infrastructure in our country. And this specific item was prompted by our own observations when we did oversight visits and also when we interact with our own communities during our constituency visits. One of the things that prompted us to really want to have this engagement with the department is our observation of dilapidated schooling infrastructure in some schools and in some areas. And the lack of adequate maintenance and repairs by some schools, and prolonged use of temporary containers by certain schools in some areas, and the backlog in eradication of pit latrine toilets in some areas. Access and availability of water and electricity sources, and some schools not meeting the norms and standards in terms of access to, for example, laboratories, which we've seen that some schools do not necessarily have. It's just a classroom that they use, but it's not necessarily a laboratory. And also just to get the plans and hear the plans of the department or that are in place to ensure that there is suitable grade R and ECD infrastructure. Given the fact that we are now responsible for implementing a compulsory grade R, and you've also engaged with us on the suitable grade R classes in terms of your own norms and standards, and we want to hear what are your plans to ensure that you bring or you actually build such infrastructure in many of our schools, and especially also with ECT centers. We, however, honorable members, have to commend the work that has been done by this department since the democratic breakthrough. The conditions of our schools in the dawn of democracy were in a very dire state. Many of our schools, especially in rural areas, some of them were built in mud, some of them did not have access to water and electricity. And some of us seated in this meeting, we know this from experience, that the schools we went to versus the schools that we visit now are two different scenarios. So there has been very significant strides, significant progress that has been registered. And we must commend, but we must also mention to the department that we are becoming worried about the new phenomenon that actually is going to put at risk and reverse this many strides that you've made. One of those risks that we've noticed and we've observed are the lack of maintenance and repairs by SGPs in schools. So there is buildings, but because they are not being maintained, they are not being repaired, they are dilapidating. And the issue of the funding constraints, of course, the fact that the department in many provinces can't build new schools, or they can't actually renovate schools that are very old that really require major renovations. And the issue of poor planning. And poor planning, our observation is that, and this is what the department has also spoken to us about, intermigration, where they've built very beautiful schools in rural areas and people are moving away from those areas and those schools become white elephants. But also migration in general. The fact that in most cities there is serious migration, not only intermigration, but also with the foreign nationals that require the very same infrastructure, which now there is a backlog, and also this infrastructure or classrooms are overcrowded. That's something that we've also observed, which we believe is new phenomena that are posing a risk on the strides that we've made. And also the delivery method, the fact that public works builds the majority of the schools, and sometimes public works is really overwhelmed with the number of buildings, public buildings that they have to build. As a result, the building of schools or renovations of schools suffer in that instance. The other risk that we've noticed is the mismanagement of funds by implementing agents and delays as well, and in other instances really just corruption in that instance. And also now the new phenomenon, Minister of Natural Disasters, it's becoming a serious problem in terms of the school infrastructure, and we would want to hear your plans in terms of mitigating that risk. Now we look forward, of course, with these opening remarks. I was just making an observation of what prompted really our decision to have this discussion with the department. And I'm sure many parents and many stakeholders are interested in hearing what the department has in terms of what exactly is the picture in the country, because what we would have seen is few schools that we would have visited, but we want to really understand the comprehensive picture of what are the real issues and what are the plans moving forward, especially with your historically disadvantaged communities. What you would have seen, and this is something that the reason why we commend the department is that the skewed funding of education over the years or during the apartheid state has resulted in us, when we visit certain schools that were former white schools, impeccable infrastructure, beautiful infrastructure, and then you go to a school in the historically disadvantaged communities, and then it's another story. So we really want to hear the department on how do we enhance the investment in resources in the schools that are located in the historically disadvantaged communities, and how we're going to mitigate these risks that we've identified. So we're looking forward to hearing that, and we're going to be giving you that opportunity, Minister, to lead the team in terms of your presentation. On our agenda today, we've got only that item. Do we have outstanding reports?
One, the Gauteng report.
We've got an outstanding report, which is the Gauteng report, which we agreed that we are deferring it to this meeting. As a result, we are going to be a little bit not that strict on time, Minister. We will not give you a time frame, but we do want us to consider that, because there is a plenary in the afternoon that members have to go and attend. So with that welcoming remarks, you are all welcome, and we are now going to move to the next item, which is the presentation by the department. Honourable Minister, over to you and your team.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and a very good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I wish to tender the apologies of the DG. He is currently stuck in interviews that we were unable to move, Chief Director interviews, and the Deputy Minister is in the Northwest attending G20 provincial Indaba. So we elected to split, and that I would be here with the team. With me is the infrastructure team, and I believe with us here we will be able to provide you with the responses that members may have. Secondly, Chair, I think it always bears noting that we have to often be grateful for the opportunity to come and present the work that we are doing in government. It is important for accountability, but it's also important that as you travel the length and breadth of the country, as members of parliament and also as members of this portfolio committee, you are able to bring issues in this committee that we're able to respond to. I think the department and I value that opportunity to do so, especially in an issue and a subject as difficult, Chairperson, as infrastructure. I say difficult because I agree with you that, yes, strides have been made, and you will hear as we are tracking some of the work that we've done over the years in terms of infrastructure. So while strides have been done, the reality, Chairperson, is that infrastructure is not a destination. So you may be able to have said you've done work, but You have to constantly think about maintenance. You have to constantly think about augmenting schools so that they can really be responsive to learner pressures. You have to consistently think about how do you repair schools where that have been affected by natural disasters, as you mentioned. So infrastructure members, I would like to make the argument that it is not a destination. Even when we clear backlogs that have been identified, we will consistently have to make sure that we commit ourselves to saying this is something that we are committed into doing. So, and I think it's also important, Chair, to also state that the state of our school infrastructure is not just only about bricks and mortar. It's also a reflection of how much we value the place of education as a country, because as many members would probably agree that quality learning and teaching cannot take place in environments that are either unsafe or environments that don't have the requisite dignity. And 31 years into our democracy, things could not be more urgent. That while we are dealing with historical backlogs that this department has always had to deal with, we also have to consistently be moving towards being more responsive to migration patterns, to saying how are we augmenting schools that are in cities and in towns, so that we can be responsive to the learner pressure. So it's constantly a balance of these two things, of eradicating a backlog that has been there historically, but also making sure that we are consistently being responsive to the current challenges that we are facing. And this will be, you will see that this will become quite evident, Chair, when we start talking about the different grants and the different programs that we are going to be discussing today. Because some of them were dedicated to eradicating particular backlogs, particularly things like pit toilets and the like. But some of these grants are given to provinces for maintenance and current work with infrastructure. And so we must be candid also, Chairperson, and I think I can be candid here in this meeting, that we must be candid about the fact that for the past decade, the department and the sector has experienced immense pressure in terms of money, in terms of financing. And of course, there are other issues that you shouldn't necessarily just throw money at the problem. There are governance issues that we've got to have to deal with. We've had errant contractors and implementing agents. We've had the invent of construction mafia that has also disrupted some of the work that we're doing in provinces. And then, of course, we've had weather challenges that we've had to deal with, even in trying to build as quickly as possible. Let me make an example, Chair. At the end of the financial year in March this year, we have a number of projects, members, that are still outstanding that we are really chasing. You'll recall particularly the pit latrines backlog that we are still chasing to make sure that we get that done within the next couple of weeks. But we've had a challenge, for instance, with the month of April, with the number of public holidays and also the heavy rainfall that we've seen across the country. So these are some of the things that do affect delivery. But I think on the whole, the committee can be assured that we are very much committed to making sure that we do what we say we're going to do. Also, Chair, I want to be also quite honest and frank to say that infrastructure is an Achilles heel of the department. It's not necessarily the core business. The core business is learning and teaching, but the reality is that you can't do the one without the other. And so it is an Achilles heel in the sense that, one, it requires massive investment. Two, it requires maintenance. Three, it requires protection from the elements, from criminality. And these are infrastructure and assets that exist in communities. And we often want to say to communities that it is also, we do plead with you to help us with protecting our schools. Despite these challenges, I'm proud to report that we've made meaningful progress in the eradication of unsafe and inappropriate school structures. The presentation today, Chair, you will see, we'll take the honorable members through what we call the ASIDI, the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, what we also call the Sanitation for Appropriate for Education, the SAFE program, both which have been funded from the School Infrastructure Backlog Grant. We have eradicated schools built from entirely inappropriate materials such as mud, asbestos, and plank. But I want to quickly hasten to add here that yes, we have accelerated schools that have been built entirely of these, so essentially mud schools in their entirety. It does not mean that there are schools that still don't have buildings that have some asbestos, or buildings that are built maybe, especially things like kitchens for the school nutrition program. Some schools have had to build those with corrugated iron. So when we're talking about we've eradicated schools that have been built entirely of inappropriate material, as you would know, in 1994, there was a whole lot of schools that were built out of mud, and those have been eradicated. But again, as I say, I want to hasten to add that this is a forever moving target. So you may have eradicated those entirely made of inappropriate infrastructure, but as pressures build, schools build inappropriate infrastructure, and we have to be responsive to that. This is a significant milestone, I think, and I think the South African government can be proud of that. Under a CD chair, we've also ensured that schools now have access to a water source. Again, it's a caveat here that I want to make, that it doesn't necessarily mean that every single school has running water. But under the ACD program, we've made sure that the infrastructure for water to be available at schools is there. Similarly to electricity, that we have made sure that there's infrastructure for electricity provision. It does not necessarily mean that every single school has electricity, because these are things that we depend on local municipalities for often. But on our side, in terms of being able to provide the infrastructure that is needed, we have done that. Additionally, you will hear that over 1,000 schools have received sanitation facilities from the ACD program, and that 3,000 have received sanitation from the SAFE program. As things stand, you will recall, members, we announced at the end of the financial year that we are standing at 96% of pet toilets that have been eradicated, and that only 139 of these projects remain from the 2018 backlog. Again, just to create a caveat here, that members, it does not mean that there are no pit toilets in South Africa, or that only 139 of them exist. It says that from the 2018 backlog or audit that was done, 139 of these projects still exist. And I do also want to assure members that while we may not have met our deadline of the end of the financial year, of the previous financial year, we are working day and night to make sure that we will come and report to you once this backlog has been done, and once we've launched a new audit to see where else we need to go. Today, 90% of schools in South Africa are either in a fair, good, or a very good condition, with only 8% of schools in very poor condition, and 2% of them in very poor condition. So in the infrastructure, the team will show you, Chairperson, in infrastructure we categorize infrastructure projects or buildings or infrastructure projects according to either very good or good condition. And so it is heartwarming that 90% of schools are in either a fair or a good condition. But there's still 8%. And 8% of over 24,000 schools is a lot. And so to have 8% of schools in a poor condition is something that we really need to work hard towards. And 2% in a very poor condition is still too large a number, because there are still children who go to those schools, and often these things can be deemed unsafe. And so, honorable members, I also want to assure you that we don't take the remaining infrastructure backlog lightly. 8,222 schools still require additional classrooms. Chair, you'll recall the last time we were here, one of the big things we were talking about is more than just building new schools, we have a new phenomenon of overcrowded classrooms, where classrooms are too big, or schools, just said schools don't have enough classrooms. So yeah, sometimes when you are bilingual like that, schools don't have enough classrooms. In which case, we are here to say, and I mean, this is something that we really need to resolve. Over 8,222 schools still require additional classrooms, and that is estimated to be 32 billion rand that we need to come up with. So 32 billion rand, Chairperson, is a huge amount of money. And while we're working hard with the provinces to try and resolve this, but 32 billion rand that is needed to resolve this crisis is really something that we are paying attention to. 13,485 schools require additional toilets to cope with the rising learner numbers, enrollment numbers, and that would require about 14 billion rand for us to be able to give them additional toilets. Because while you may have proper toilets at the school, however, you may now have additional learners, and so you need to build more in order for you to essentially meet the requirements. So I want to thank the PC Chair. I've given an overview of what we will be presenting to you today. And what I've asked the team to do is there's obviously some historical things we want to show you. But of course, if you want to go back, I've also asked them to condense the presentation so that there's more time for engagement and for more questions. So we are very happy to take questions. But I also want to affirm, Chairperson, that we have placed infrastructure as one of the 5 key priorities of the 7th administration. So you have my commitment that we understand the value of good infrastructure insofar as delivering quality education. And so we present our report this morning, and I also do acknowledge that our work is far from over. In fact, we are only just getting started. And so, Chairperson, I'm going to hand over to the Acting Chief Director, Mr. Mafoko.
Thank you, Minister, and good morning to honourable members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues. As Minister has indicated, the presentation is quite lengthy, but we will try to go through it as quickly as possible in order to make time for engagements. Now, starting with the background, we have 3 infrastructure programs through which we deliver. First of all is your provincial infrastructure program, Chair. This is the one that is implemented by provincial departments. And one needs to indicate right at the outset that sometimes there is a focus on the programs that are delivered by the Department of Basic Education. But however, the provincial infrastructure program consists of more than 80% of the infrastructure that we deliver. The provincial infrastructure program is funded from the equitable share and the education infrastructure grant. And then you've got ASIDI, that Minister has mentioned, the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, as well as SAFE, the Sanitation Appropriate for Education, and both are funded from the School Infrastructure Backlogs Grant. We need to hasten to indicate to members that the 2 programs, ASIDI and SAFE, are in their last financial year. As a matter of fact, we are only wrapping up projects that were identified previously in the 2 programs, and by the end of this financial year, ASIDI and SAFE will cease to exist, and all infrastructure delivery would be done through provinces. But also to indicate that even now, we need to make members aware that the responsibility for the delivery of infrastructure is with provinces. The DBE is actually responsible for setting out policy and monitoring the work of provinces. Both ASIDI and SAFE were interventions to assist provinces in terms of dealing with those backlogs that we had identified to address through the 2 programs. Our data sources, first of all, we had what we refer to as the School Register of Needs in 1996, and the School Register of Needs was updated in the year 2000. And we then developed the National Education Infrastructure Management System that used to be called NIMS. And in 2022, we merged NIMS with the Education Facilities Management System, what is called the EFMS. It's better to have one system rather than 2. So we merged the 2. So the EFMS now is our main source of data, both in terms of program and project management for infrastructure. And we still have the EMIS, the Education management information system, which is our repository of information on schools. So the two the systems are sort of interrelated. Progress on ACIDI and SAFE quickly. First of all, we start with indicating the number of schools. And as I've indicated, we rely on IMIS for the number of schools. This information is from IMIS, but this is data as at the end of 2024. We have 22,381 schools. Just to indicate to members that as at 1996, we had about 27,000 schools. The number of schools have decreased quite significantly now. We have 22,381, a drop of about 6,495 schools since then. This is as a result of measures and closures. Minister did mention issues of migration patterns and so on. And this is an issue that is giving us headaches because schools that were built only 4 or 5 years ago are now standing empty because of this movement of parents in search of economic opportunities and taking their children with them towards urban areas in search of work. We have spoken about inappropriate structures. We had 1,000 schools in 1996 that were identified to be made entirely of inappropriate material. Minister did explain. Here we are talking about a situation where the entire campus of a school is made up of an inappropriate material, be it mud, corrugated iron, asbestos, and so on. But when we started with ACIDI, we identified 510 schools. The number decreased to 331. And the 331 has been completed. This is just to give members just an indication of the work that we have done. On the top is the initial school that we were replacing, and at the bottom you are showing the new school that we have provided, same on your right-hand side. These are some of the schools that we have built. This one, Tinanas Junior Secondary School, is in the Eastern Cape. Clarkson Amafengu is also in the Eastern Cape. Then with regards to schools with no toilets, we had identified 1,086 sanitation projects. These have been replaced. We are also just indicating to members here that we are working with partners. So these are facilities that were provided or donated by donors. These ones were donated or built by Unilever. We are working with No Cross. We are working very closely with the Water Research Commission, especially when it comes to alternative sanitation provisions. With school with no water supply, initially we had identified 8,823. In 2006, when the school register of needs was compiled, the number increased. Initially, we identified 1,117, but the number increased to 1,336, and all these have been provided. This is just an example. You've got elevated water tanks and so on. You've got a borehole. Just to indicate to members, this picture on your left hand side is quite important. If you look at it, you'd realize that this is way outside the school. You don't even see where the school is located, because many a times you go to sink a borehole, you would sink 4 or 5 holes and you don't hit an aquifer, you don't get water, and then you are forced to move outside of the campus of the school to go and find water somewhere, and then you have to fortify that space and keep it safe such that it is not exposed to criminal elements. And this is what you see on your right hand side. And then we have to provide also pressure pumps and so on to deliver or to transport the water to the school for usage. Schools with no electricity supply. Initially 15,000 schools were identified, and for ACIDI we identified 902 in 2011 when we started. The number decreased to 373, and these 373 have been provided with electricity. Minister also did indicate that here we are talking about provision of infrastructure. We had situation of load shedding. We have situation in municipalities where there is no electricity in the entire municipality. Unfortunately, that is outside our control. So you'd find that all our schools have been provided. We'll provide the numbers later in the presentation as well. School dependent on basic pit toilets. Minister again alluded to this. We are at 96%, 139 projects. As when we finalized this report last week, we had 139. We received 2 more during the course of this, between last week and this week. So we are at 137 actually. But we also need to hasten to indicate that the number that we are talking about is based on the 2018 data that we collated. And it has come to our attention that there are some schools that might have fallen through the cracks when we were doing that work. And things like the app that through the minister's initiative with Vodacom, we are able to get the public to participate in this process of informing us of these schools that we might have left behind. And what happens is that we do a verification. When we receive a hit on the app, we go there and do a verification if indeed if there is a need for the school to be provided. Now that ASIDI and SAFE are coming to an end, we are no longer taking any new projects, then we give them over to the provincial departments of education with a clear instruction that sanitation is an immediate priority. So any additional pit latrine that is identified is given over to the province as an immediate priority for them to put into their project list for immediate implementation. These are some of the toilets that we are replacing. We are replacing them with brand new facilities. And these are where the facilities are, the toilets are that we are building. Coming to condition rating of schools, Chair, condition assessment as requested. We are indicating that a condition assessment is the process of collecting and recording information on the number, the location, the condition, and the functional adequacy of an asset, in this instance, education assets. And then what we do in the process in a simplified form is that we record all the elements of the facility, not only those that are defective, but everything that constitutes that particular asset. And this is implemented in line with the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, normally known as GIAMA Act. The GIAMA Act gives us direction in terms of how do you conduct a condition assessment and when and how do you conduct a condition assessment. And for our purposes, we store the information in the Education Facilities Management System, the EFMS, and we use that information for purposes of reporting and also for purposes of planning. Condition rating is based on a 5-scale rating, where a rating of 1 means that the asset is very bad or very poor and it does not meet the required standards and it needs to be totally repaired or replaced. If an asset is at a condition rating of 2, is deemed to be bad or poor, it barely meets the standards required for it to fulfill its purpose. And there are major defects and significant, huge repairs are required to bring that asset to functionality. If it's at 3, it's deemed to be fair, and almost half, or sometimes more than half, of the building meets the required standards. There are some defects that have been identified, but repairs are required. If it's on rating 4, it's deemed as good. It meets most of the required standards, but there is some wear and tear that we can detect, and there is some minor deterioration that needs to be attended to. And if it's at rating 5, it's deemed to be good, very good or excellent. It means all the required standards. And in most instances, here we are referring to new facilities or properly maintained facilities. How are we measuring up as the Department of Education? Oh my God, My presentation seemed to be stuck. Apologies, Chair. I'm trying to get out of it. Once, can you? It's stuck. Okay. What do you do? Should I get out? Yeah. All right, it's moving. No, let's restart the program. Apologies, Chair. Looks like we hit a technical.
No problem, but we can continue. You can continue. We've got the slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So here. All right. We were on slide 18. Right. How are we doing as the sector? Yeah, you want to bring it back? All right. It's back. Right. How are we doing as the sector, Chair? We start with condition rating 5. 12% of our assets, 2,682 of our assets are deemed to be excellent. Condition rating 4, that's the majority of our assets. 53% of our assets are deemed to be in a good condition. Condition rating 3, 5,614 of our assets, and that's 25% of our buildings, are deemed to be fair. And then 1,850 are deemed to be poor, and 390 are deemed to be very poor. The 10% condition rating 1 and condition rating 2 are schools or assets that need to enjoy immediate priority when we do our planning. However, we need to hasten to indicate, Chair, that especially your condition rating 1 schools, most of them are your small and unviable schools. Schools that are in the process of closing or are in the process of being merged with other schools. And it creates a conundrum that you cannot invest a huge amount of money in a school that is likely to be closed in the foreseeable future. So what is done in most instances is that we provide mobile classrooms to those schools while the process of merging and closing is unfolding. And you can see that the majority of schools that are in condition rating 1 and 2, most of them are in the province of the Eastern Cape. That is where we have the large chunk of our schools that are part of the rationalization process that is dealt with by our governance unit in the DBE together with provinces. Now, in terms of progress, what we have done, Chair, is to give an indication of progress that we have made from 2013. As a matter of fact, we have information from as far as 1996. But for purposes of this presentation, we thought we should give a 10-year glimpse of what we have provided in terms of the different categories in new and replacement schools, water, sanitation, electricity, classrooms built, maintenance projects, fencing, and so on. I will just zoom into 1 or 2. For instance, for the 10 years, Chair, we have built over 700 schools, new schools, across the country. We have built an additional 28,000 classrooms across the country. But maybe talking to the classrooms that we have built, this is a clear indication we are still experiencing the issue of overcrowding, despite the number of classrooms that we have provided. And this is mainly the issue of migration that the minister has mentioned, that we build classrooms 5 years later, or we build new schools 10 years later, the school is standing empty because there has been movement. We are working very closely with Stats SA in planning in order to try and preempt this movement. It's working, but in some instances, unfortunately, you miss the target, even if you have the numbers. But what happens is that in almost all the provinces, you'll see in the next slide, all the provinces are experiencing this phenomenon. Sometimes it is wrongly assumed that the phenomenon is only in Gauteng and Western Cape. That is not the case. It is across all the 9 provinces. We will illustrate that in the ensuing slides. Now, in terms of sanitation, Chair, we are indicating the provision across the 9 provinces. For instance, you have Envirolus, you have VIPs. I'll come back to the pit latrines. You've got flush toilets that are using septic tanks. You've got flush toilets that are connected to the municipal connection, mobile toilets, and alternative sanitation. We are going big in terms of alternative sanitation. We are working with the Water Research Commission in rolling out alternative sanitation. Currently, we are doing a number of pilots across the provinces, and the intention is that that would be the way to go, because that gives a rural school a flush toilet in a rural setting where you don't even have a municipal sewage connection. With regards to the pit latrines, Chair, we are saying it's 590, but the 590 includes schools where old pit latrines are still to be demolished, where new facilities have been provided. In some instances, we are getting a little bit of resistance from SGBs and schools that refuse to have their pit latrines demolished. And for instance, we have 2 in the Eastern Cape now that we are dealing with, that we have referred to the province and the district to go and talk to the school, such that the contractor can be able to proceed and demolish those toilets. And those that are still remaining are part of the safe and provincial programs. With regards to water, we have, in some instances, borehole that is providing water. You have municipal yard supply. You have rainwater harvesting as well, through which we provide water. Electricity, we have, in some instances, grid connection, solar and generators, as we have indicated. At this stage, there is no school that has not been connected to some form of a source of electricity. And schools are even going beyond providing their own solar systems, and there are also provinces that are also going ahead and providing some solar system or installing what we call uninterrupted power supply units in order to ensure, and that came through during the period of load shedding, to ensure that schooling and teaching does not get negatively affected when we do have load shedding. With regards to fencing, we have different types of offerings, like brick walls, concrete palisade, steel palisade, and so on. And in terms of libraries and laboratories, in terms of our records, 57% of our schools have libraries, and 32% have got laboratories. In terms of libraries, we have not included instances where you have digital libraries, where the schools have access to mobile libraries, community libraries, centralized libraries, classroom libraries in primary schools, and so on. We are working very closely with our colleagues in curriculum who are dealing with libraries to provide us with information on the school. Even if this is not an infrastructure provision, we think it's important that we have a column that would show that indeed these are X number of schools that have access to library services, even if they do not have 4 halls that are called a library. The same thing with laboratories. Our curriculum colleagues are assisting us in collecting that information. There are a lot of high schools, secondary schools that are using mobile laboratories. And we also think it is important that we indicate that information as well. In terms of inappropriate structures, this is just to indicate that we do have about 206 schools that are deemed to have inappropriate structures. Minister did touch on this as well in her introductory remarks. These are schools where you have maybe a block or classroom, or one classroom that is built out of mud or asbestos or something of that nature. And provinces are in the process of addressing those. Similarly, we have looked at the issue of overcrowding. Overcrowding, we have got 8,222 schools, and overcrowding goes along with sanitation, because where a school is built on the basis of the number of X number of learners. So either you build a medium or a small or a large school, and there is a formula that we use in terms of determining the number of toilets for boys, girls, and staff, and even for disabled learners that we have to provide. But when the number of learners increase, obviously the number of sanitation facilities that is there in a school will need to be increased. And these are the cost implications for those schools that need additional facilities, both in terms of classrooms and sanitation facilities. Chair, in terms of school maintenance, in terms of the life cycle of an asset, just quickly, you talk about planning and acquisition, which refers to the design and construction. Then you transfer the responsibility to the user. And the user then becomes responsible for operation and maintenance and disposal. Disposal is done by the custodian, which is the Department of Public Works in this instance. When you no longer need the asset, then you will transfer the asset to the custodian, and the custodian will determine whether to give it over to the community or use it for other purposes. What we are saying here is that maintenance is the work that needs to be done to retain an asset at an acceptable occupation and functional standard. And maintenance does not increase the life cycle or the life of an asset. We have different types of maintenance, planned maintenance and corrective maintenance. We'll just give examples. For instance, in terms of preventative maintenance, we are talking about emptying toilets, cleaning your stormwater drainage system, servicing, for instance, your HVAC system, heating and cooling systems, firefighting equipment. Upkeep, here we are talking about cleaning of indoor and outdoor spaces. Minor repairs mainly refers to replacing broken doors or windows and so on. In terms of responsibility, who is responsible for what? We will explain that a little bit later. In terms of plane maintenance, that is the responsibility of school management. That is the responsibility of school management, and this should be paid from the school funds. When it comes to corrective maintenance, part of it, when it is minor maintenance, it's still the responsibility of school management. But when it comes to major maintenance, it is the responsibility of the provincial departments through the EIG and the equitable share. And you go to larger projects, refurbishments, upgrades and addition, replacement, that is the responsibility of the provincial departments. In some instances, the responsibility might be delegated to the district or even to the circuit. In the education infrastructure grant, we stipulate that 60% of the grant should be allocated to maintenance. And what happens is that when provinces would submit their infrastructure asset management plans, and we will review those infrastructure asset management plans. That's what we are currently doing with the 25-26 infrastructure asset management plans. And then they will have a project list of at least 5 years that will be developed. And In terms of the revised norms and standards, those project lists then will have to be uploaded on the website of the provincial department and the DBE, such that members of the public can get access to those project lists and get an indication that school X is going to be done this year, school Z is going to be done next year, and so on. So we are in the process of finalizing that. Now, also in terms of responsibilities, this is what the training that we are providing to school governing bodies and school principals, just to indicate who is responsible for what. For instance, the cleaning of indoors, cleaning is the facility user that is responsible for that. Planting of flowers is still the facility user. They can use groundsmen for that exercise. Oh, bounce. I think this thing is deciding to
Has it jammed
sabotage
again?
us at the worst of times.
It's jammed again.
Yeah.
Okay. But you still have it on your laptop, so you can continue.
Yeah.
We have the slides
I just want to
whilst
go
we are
out.
getting assistance.
Open this. And while you are working with that. Yeah. You have the one without pictures. Yeah. All right. While he's working on this chair, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It looks fine. Apologies, Minister, for that. Right. Yeah, so this indicates the responsibilities to the different users. But when we get to major repairs and replacement, renewals, upgrades and additions, total replacements, that is the responsibility of the provinces. That is why we are indicating all the 9 provinces. Now, this slide, Chair, shows the maintenance allocations for the current financial year 25-26. The third column shows the allocation on the education infrastructure grant is 15.2 billion in the current financial year. 6.2 billion is allocated to maintenance, and that constitutes 41% of the budget. Remember, in the previous slide, we said it should be 60%. In fact, all the provinces are still struggling to reach the 60% threshold. But this excludes projects, maintenance projects that are embedded in major repairs and replacement. For instance, you might have a major replacement project in a school, but a certain portion of the school does not need to be replaced, so you do minor maintenance, painting, and so on. So what provinces would do is to indicate the allocation of maintenance to the capital projects and indicate to us, and we will update the slide accordingly. So in terms of responsibilities, again, we are indicating that principals and school management teams and circuit officials are also responsible to ensure that maintenance is carried out in schools. When district managers and circuit managers go to schools, they must not only talk about curriculum issues, but they must also talk about maintenance issues. But what we are doing, Chair, we developed a maintenance training manual. We then, in the second half of last year, we trained, or we engaged in what is referred to as train the trainer workshops, where we trained provincial officials and district officials. And the district officials and provincial officials are now cascading that training to school governing bodies and school principals and persons responsible. For instance, in a school, there must be a teacher that is responsible for maintenance. And these are the people that we are targeting. So that in training has commenced, and we are planning to do this on an annual basis. So what we are going to do is that at the beginning of every year, we'll go back with the trainer workshop as the DBE, retrain the provincial and district official, and they must go back and retrain the school governing bodies and their principals. This is based on the fact that principals retire, school governing bodies, we have elections, and you get new members into the school governing bodies, and you might find that those that you have trained are no longer part of the team. So we will be doing that on an annual basis. How do we do it as well? We have 4 categories that we are looking at. First of all, you've got what we refer to as fully functional and operational schools. The district should be able to make that determination. And in that instance, we determine that the school might not need that much support, or it might need minimal support. So those schools will be supplied with electronic copies, and they will be provided with support if they indicate that they need that type of support. In category 4, these are schools that need critical support, and these schools will be provided with on-site training. They will be trained on an individual basis on-site, and they will be provided with focused support. And in the middle, you have schools that might be provided with cluster training because they need little support or partial support, if we put it that way. Over and above that, Chair, we have the Basic Education Employment Initiative, the Phase 5. The appointments, or the appointments will commence on the 1st of June, and the young people would be in place for a period of 6 months. We are targeting approximately 20,000 handy persons to be employed as assistants in schools. And the tasks that they are going to be doing includes painting, repairing windows, and so on, which all are maintenance responsibilities. This was a very successful program in the previous iterations of the PYEI, and we are hoping that it will also assist us in terms of improving the load of our schools. Excuse me. And the training is accompanied by, or the employment is accompanied by accredited training in basic plumbing skills, electrical skills, glazing, and so on. So when they complete their tenure in the schools, then they will also have some form of qualification that will improve their employability beyond their participation in the Basic Education Employment Initiative. As the DBE, we have also developed a comprehensive maintenance plan that is used as a guide by provinces in determining which schools need to be maintained. The maintenance plan, for instance, this is just a snapshot of one page of that. You'd have the school and you'd have the enrollment. This is on an annual basis. We will update it in terms of the current enrollment. Then you'd have the estimated replacement value of the asset in that particular school, and then you would have the maintenance cost and so on. So provinces, as they do that, they use this to plan for maintenance. And this is just to indicate how we came around this particular exercise. What we are using is to use the estimated replacement value in terms of the asset. In terms of the industry norm, you use between 1% and 2% of the estimated replacement value of the asset to determine the preventative maintenance. But for the purpose of this exercise, we used a value of 1%. And that is how we came up with the determination that, for instance, for preventative maintenance, we need about 10 billion a year. And for the backlog maintenance, we need about 14 billion to catch up with the maintenance backlog. This is our budget for the current MTEF. 15.2 billion in the current financial year, 16.8 in the next financial year, and 16.7 in the next financial year, in the outer year rather. In order to deal with the capital backlog, we need 20 billion. But to deal with preventative maintenance, we need 10 billion, reactive maintenance 14 billion. But we only have a budget of 15 billion in one financial year. As Chair indicated, we need some innovative funding methods in order to deal with this, because with the money that we receive currently, obviously we won't be able to deal with the challenges that we have. But the elephant in the room as well is the one that is called the equitable share. Remember, the education infrastructure grant is a supplementary grant. So provinces have to allocate, and their allocation is supplemented by the EIG. But if you look at these numbers, it's actually the opposite. Provinces are relying on the EIG, on the grant from the national department, and some of them are not even putting a cent in terms of the equitable share. So if provinces are also not showing that seriousness in terms of putting in money into the infrastructure budget, it's going to take us forever to address this challenge that we have. Then I'm concluding, Chair, in terms of what is it that we are doing in order to address the challenges that we have identified. We came up with what we call the infrastructure 10-point strategy. And we came up with a problem statement. We identified what the challenges are. Obviously, we have issues of overcrowding, inappropriate structure, water, and so on. We acknowledge that we have limited capacity to address these challenges, whether at a policy level or at a tactical level. And the approaches that we have been using have not been very successful in assisting us to address the challenges. So we came up with these 10 points that we are implementing now. First of all, we need to ensure that we have reliable planning information. If you do not have reliable, up-to-date information, you'll always miss your target. And that is why we are working very hard on the EFMS and doing condition assessments to ensure that we do have reliable and up-to-date information. In terms of planning, we have to simplify our planning instruments. And amongst that, that includes standardized designs and specifications. We have reviewed our standardized designs. We have finalized that. We worked with Infrastructure South Africa on this one, and we have finalized those. We have rolled them out to provinces. We have workshop provinces on 2 or 3 occasions. In some instances, we are giving provinces one-on-one training on the standard designs that we have developed at the end of last year. We have also developed a cost model that is accompanying the standard designs for purposes of planning. But also, as we go into procurement, we are looking at framework agreements. Framework agreements are, in some instances, it's called databases, all right? A database in colloquial language. We are working on getting a database for contractors, for suppliers, for built environment professionals, for project managers. The reason is that you don't have to go out on tender for every single project. It tends to delay things, and if you have a framework that you will refresh on a regular basis and ensure that those that did not get a chance to get into the framework do so. So the intention is that we will renew this framework on an annual basis to give others chance that were not part. Then we are looking at increasing local subcontracting, ensuring that you use the correct contract for a correct project, and formal gateway reviews. As you plan and as you implement, please make sure that when you move from design and you go into construction, everything that you have to do has been done. For instance, in some instances, you find that a project is in construction, but the designs were not completed. So the designs are being completed at the same time as construction. Obviously, you are going to have problems. So we are implementing what we refer to as gateway reviews and gateway review committees that will ensure that before a project moves from feasibility study into planning, from planning into design, from design into tender, from tender into construction, ensure that every I has been dotted and every T has been crossed. Managing projects over the entire project life cycle. Monitoring does not start with construction. Monitoring starts right at the beginning at feasibility study, all the way through the life cycle of a project. And finally, consequence management for defaulting service providers. We tend to be very hard on our contractors, but we forget that there are PSPs and even implementing agents that actually are the cause of the problem. So we need to implement consequence management to implementing agents as well, to service providers, and including contractors as well, and even subcontractors as well. So we are working on this to ensure that there is a rigorous process working with National Treasury for consequence management with regards to defaulting service providers. Chair, in conclusion, I'm dealing with challenges. I'm just going to go through some issues in terms of planning and governance challenges. In terms of this, which are just raising some of the issues that we come across at the project level. For instance, we face land-related challenges, for instance, proclamation issues. Rezoning and environmental impact assessments tend to take years and years. And availability of bulk infrastructure. Ownership matters become an issue. Sometimes you find that the site where you are supposed to build is still vesting, the ownership is still vesting somewhere else, and you have to go through the loops and hoops in order to get the site transferred. Illegal occupations, especially in townships, and land invasion. Sometimes while you are still in the planning process, by the time you come to build, you find that the land has been invaded, and it's a process rather to remove those invaders from your site. Community challenges, planning applications. The approvals by municipalities, it takes forever to some time to get applications approved by municipalities. Implementation challenges. Chair, you mentioned climate change. The rains, Minister did mention the rains that affected us quite negatively in terms of finishing the SAFE projects. We had about 10, if my memory serves me well, projects that were just left with minor things that to be completed that could have been included in the final tally of SAFE projects that were supposed to be completed, but because of the rain, roads being inaccessible and so on, we could not complete those projects. KZN is bearing the brunt of climate change, and that is why it's not a surprise that KZN's infrastructure budget is under such huge pressure, because we had to move a lot of money from planned projects to address storm damages in KZN. Vandalism, crime, business fora, and community disruptions chair are some of the issues that bedevil our program. CIDB grading, service providers not are capacitated according to grading. There are allegations of improper classifications. We have a meeting planned with CIDB, but you appoint a contractor who is, in terms of CIDB grading, is grading 6 or 7, but when it comes to delivery, it is very clear that they are nowhere near being a grade 6 contractor. But unfortunately, CIDB is the entity that is responsible for that. Right, we are providing mitigations in terms of all these issues that we have raised, Chair, but to a very large extent what we are saying, anticipating all these issues assist in terms of addressing the challenges that we have raised, both at a planning and implementation level. We started with the DBE in SAFE and ACIDI program of having weekly meetings with our implementing agents, and in some instances we even call in PSPs and contractors, and provinces are following suit, and it is bearing fruit. We are seeing that these frequent meetings with service providers assist in order to identify problems right at the beginning and deal and come up with mitigation. Project managers are also have to be proactive. If there is a need to obtain a permit and so on, don't wait until the last minute to submit the permits. to the municipality, they have to submit well in advance and start following up with the powers that be at the municipal level in order to obtain the required permits to continue with construction. In conclusion, Chair, as I indicated at the beginning, the school infrastructure backlogs grant is coming to an end, and the provincial program will be the main infrastructure program in the sector. We have also indicated that in terms of the pit latrines, the 2018 audit was the basis for SAFE, but the minister, through collaboration with Vodacom, we have launched the online app, and we are receiving quite a lot of hits from the app. And what we do, we refer those to provincial departments, or we do a verification exercise first, and we refer to provinces with an instruction that they must immediately implement those projects. We are looking at heightened collaboration and oversight to ensure that infrastructure priorities are effectively realized. Provinces would be continued to be encouraged to allocate money through the equitable share. You'd seen that the money, the allocation on the education infrastructure grant, is increasing on an annual basis, but that is not matched by provinces, Chair. And we are finally also preparing a funding application to the budget facility for infrastructure for consideration by National Treasury. In the previous submissions, Gauteng and Western Cape received allocations from the budget facility for infrastructure, and we are looking now at ensuring that all the remaining provinces get some kind of allocation from the BFI. We are working with Infrastructure South Africa as well as GTEC in the National Treasury, who are assisting us with this application. We are at the tail end. As soon as it's done, it will go through to DG and the Minister for their approval and submission to National Treasury, and we hope we will be getting a positive response. But over and above that, we are working with Infrastructure South Africa in coming up with alternative funding modalities. As you are aware, the DORA was amended to make provision for front-loading of grants, but we also have some benchmarking exercises that we did recently. We had a benchmarking exercise with the United Kingdom, and we got some very good advice in terms of what is it they're doing with PPPs and so on in their schools, which we are considering. So we are working very hard to come up with alternative modalities in terms of sourcing funding to deal with the backlogs that we have. But we are working very closely with the private sector and other partners to ensure that our schools and learners benefit from safe, appropriate, and quality learning environments. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Members, I'm sure you were following the presentation, such a comprehensive information. I think it gives us a comprehensive overview of the picture of the infrastructure in our schools. So I'm going to allow hands that wants to deliberate on the presentation. Honorable Mugadi, Honorable Kaba, Honorable Komani, Honorable Christians, Honorable Shikombana, Honorable Yotan, yes, Honorable Gaza and Honorable Mo. In that order. Yes, Honorable Mugadi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and greeting all protocol observed. Thank you for the presentation. According to the presentation, 3,145 schools still have a PT literacy, which with a 2,130 of this being in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal alone. Given that these provinces also include rural and disadvantaged communities such as Machani and Mandlandini, where school face sanitation and health risks. what targeting and the time-bound intervention will the department undertake to eliminate PT lesions in these areas by the end of 2025 and 2026 financial year? And the presentation reveals that 3,005 schools still have insufficient or no facing in 177 school laid reliable electricity infrastructure. Considering that poor security and lack of electricity contributes to vandalizing, substance abuse, and reduced learning hours in under-resourced communities. How is the department ensuring that infrastructure grants such as the education infrastructure grant and sanitation appropriate for education initiatives are effectively addressing these specific vulnerabilities in higher need rural areas? And how will the department prioritize and allocate resources to address these infrastructure challenges? And what supports can be expected from national or provincial authority? Chairperson, monitoring and evaluation, what system are used to monitor the progress and quality of infrastructure projects? Future plans and targeting, what are the department's future plans for infrastructure, school development? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mgadi. The next speaker was Honorable Kaba.
Oh. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to the Minister and her entourage, and to you, Chair, honorable members, and our interpreter of Parliament. Chairperson, let me welcome the presentation from the department. I want to also thank for the department about the allocation of the budget in Gauteng, Chair. And also I want to thank the department about the intervention in the Rivery schools, where the school was burnt down 2 days or 3 days ago. We saw containers came to make sure that our kids, they are learning inside under the banner of the containers. Chairperson, I thank you, the department, about the presentation that stating the progress, especially in the Eastern Cape, Chair. But Chair, also in the Eastern Cape, thousands of pupils may still be without food. A person, Eastern Cape have gone hungry since the start of the second term on the 8th April, after schools ran out of surplus funds to buy food. Many pupils may still be without meals when classes resume on Monday following the week-long break. The Provincial Education Department informed principals that the first payment towards the National School Nutrition Program, which was to have been made on the 30th April, could not be processed due to technical challenges. Sihlalo, siyayibona iprogress yokubuildwa kwezikole ezintsha ke Eastern Cape. Siyakubonga futhi lokho sihlalo. But isihlalo ke umbuzo wami uthi siyabhildwa ke izikolo napha abantwana abazongena bengasadli. Kanti ibudget ihamba kanjani? Ayiqondani nalokho eqondene nakho njengokuba kube khona ibudget yokwakha isikolo bese kuba khona ibudget yokudla kwabantwana. Why fanele kube khona ibudget yokwakha isikolo ingabe bikho ibudget yokuthi abantwana bedle? Omunye umbuzo wami uthi ke ngabe ungqongqoshe unolwazi ngalento ngoba igcwele ko TV nakuma newspaper. Lento yokuthi abantwana bazohlala bengadli ngoba isupplies fund ayikho. Umbuzo wami loyo ke ku minister. Omunye umbuzo wami ula ekutheni izikolo zigcwele ziyaqhiqhima yonke indawo. Likhona yini kambe iqhinga ku minister lokunceda lezi izikole egcwele ziqhiqhima kungaze kuthi abantwana bazoshoniswa kangangokuba abanye abantwana basuswa endaweni zabo besiwe kwezinye indawo? Sibe sazike nokuthi indlela yokuya kulezo ndawo kufanele kube yitransport, imoto. Ene abazali abasebenzi badependa ku grant. Manje abantwana bafika kanjani kulezo zikole imali bengenayo yokugibela? 2, sebefikile ke kulezo zikole akufundiswa ulimi labo. Benze njani ke abantwana sebeyoshintshwa ulimi? Umntwana usuka ku grade 7 uyoqala grade 8 uyomqala ngolinye ulimi angazange alifunde from first year until grade 7. Useyoqala olunye ulimi lapha ku grade 8. Uminister iqhinga lina kazolenza ukuthi lento ayinqande mayingenzeki ukususa abantwana endaweni zabo. Njengoba ke siyazi ukuthi banawo lento yama container. Why bangayivimbi lento yokumuva kwabantwana endaweni zabo eduze kwasemakhaya yabo ngokubeka ama container ukuthi kwandiswa ama class kwenzela ukuthi abantwana baqhubeke bafunde ulimi abebelifunda from first year until grade 7. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to everyone. I'm currently temporarily appointed as the chairperson of the committee. Can we continue with the list? I'm not too sure who's next.
On a lighter note, I'm told that power is taken and not given. So
Right?
Yeah, Chairperson. Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes.
I don't know whether am I given the opportunity to interpret what has been said,
okay.
Mrs. Zulu?
You
Thank you. Chairperson, I'm only going to deal with the part where the honorable member spoke in isiZulu. The honorable member is concerned about the issue of nutrition in schools. Now, he just wants to know from the minister as to whether is there no budget for food nutrition since there is a budget for building schools. And also, she's concerned about the issue of overcrowding. She wants to know from the minister as to whether is there no way of assisting learners in terms of overcrowding. And also, what is a burning issue is the issue of transport, because as and when learners are transferred from one school to another due to overcrowding, these learners must be transported, and transportation is costly. Another issue of concern is the issue of language change. The honorable member is concerned about the language change since when learners are transferred from one school to another, you find that they experience the issue of language change. And lastly, the honorable member wants to know as to what is the minister doing in order to address the issue of overcrowding. Thank you.
The next speaker is Honorable Komani.
Okay. Ga ke go leboga moshopiadi. ke laetse gore maina ka botlalo ke nna Mashiedi ka Lensel Komane ke romile ke lekgotla la Economic Freedom Fighters EFF and then ke tamiši bana ba kgoši go ya ka kgati re leboge le Toloki ga tlogale tša mogwane go ya le ka ga go swanetše ministera re leboga go ba gona ga gago le hono ke se ka baka lebala ba mphato le bona ke a ba tamiša le di-official tše di le go fa ke laetse gore re leboga presentation go ya le ka mokgwa e beilwego ka gona e tloga e hlapile mahlong jalo se se lego gona ke gore re tla re leke go hlaba dintlha maelana le ka tsela ye e lego gore e sepedišitšwe ka yona. I'm very much concerned ka taba ya gore ke fete ka go minister. Minister Halia committee se mo ka mana ngori molle we are been long waiting for Bella Act. We think now we must accompany you to your office so that maybe we can read what is keeping you behind with it. But we are aware that there is some months that we are given, and so we hope that month will never be extended again. We are pleading with you. We are long ago waiting for this thing to happen. Just make sure that you release it. And then if you have problems, because problems, they don't choose who are you. They just go with everybody. Please bring the problem here so that we can see to it that maybe we can help you or you can help us. Thank you very much. Due to the presentation, on some other side, we have to thank the Department of Education for its efforts up to so far from 1994 up to today. They show the progress, whereas even if you can see to it that this progress it is not equals to the time that we have. We should have done more than that. The reason that held the progress behind is corruption. You've always been allocated enough funds, but when it's coming to utilization, it is not properly used. A lot of money disappeared. A lot of money doing unlawful jobs. People doing overquoting, and especially when we talk about the tingo that we call it infrastructure, is where hooligans are making a lot of cashbacks in their pocket. Then so we are looking forward for the department to take care of that session because of all of the best jobs that they should have been accumulated. It is turned into ashes because of the thieves that are doing the overquoting on the jobs on the infrastructure. Then so I just want to emphasize with the presenter. He definitely did what is written on the book, on the presentation. He went with it properly. So, but my concern is on some other elements. It sounds like he is fed with lies, with wrong information. As far as you can see to it, especially when we come to the point of demolition of pit toilets. They say principals or people are denying with the demolitions. Yes, of course, they must deny. Because the service providers, they are misleading you. I can prove it to you. Tangibly so. There is a school in Skukulu, Limpopo, Elias Mutwaleli, under the principal of Mrs. Mapena, whereby your service providers went to the school to ask her to approve the demolition before they can do the job. And then she agreed with them that she can only sign if they will take the children to their houses. And then today they wrote to you that they are denying with the demolition. The reason is that we were fed with lies because they know you can't go there because we send them. The other thing that you will ask is to make sure that your service providers are properly monitored, because otherwise we are going to sit behind with lies. Then so the other thing is on the part of sport, we are asking again, as far as sport is something that is introducing new innovation to our children, don't forget to engage agriculture, because it is very much impossible for the minister to consider it as it can be a compulsory a subject into our syllabus. Let's just take it to the sports so that it can be done by our children as a daily activity, so that we can see our children competing with agriculture as a sport. Then so we really think that we will see the benefits of agriculture, because now we are lying to people here, we want to expropriate the land. What is it that we expropriate the land for if we can't understand what is agriculture? Then so we want encouragement from the Department of Basic Education to make sure that our children are introduced that there. And then on the other level, when it's coming to the number of schools that the presenter here is showing that they have a low number of schools that are math schools, and then those who need to be maintained. We have a problem here as far as we tell you that you are fed with wrong information or false information. If you can go at KwaZulu-Natal, Ulundi, there is a school, in Ward 1, there is a school that called Kwandeni Combined School. We got it in our group. I was there myself. You don't look school, that thing. And even it don't look a field. It looks something very terrible. Even yourself, you can't allow your children to go there. And if you look inside that school, there is a good performance. That the Department of Basic Education, it is always hosting the flags high. Some of the results are from that school. But when you go to look at that school, it's a shame. Then today you came here, you present the best, because the thing is written for you to present. Then so it will need in some times whereby we have to at least do the double checking, the quality check of the information that we bring here for children to understand. Then so we will be on a position where we will understand things are happening properly. On the other hand, we get from the presentation that it is about 700 schools that have just been built by the department. But we are celebrating those schools built by the department, whereas most of the schools are incomplete. The constructors, they have just been there to do the duck and dives and left the school incomplete. I can give you the proof. There is a school in Elias Mutswaleli in the name of Poko Primary School. Since 2011, it left incomplete. Now the winter is coming. The children are getting cold because the school been filling. It's not completed. But today we came here, that school is included on that 700. And in which is what we are not going to celebrate with you, saying you got more than so many schools been built, while you are speaking of a building that are not complete. We are appealing to you that you do the proper quality checks. Because if you can just come here and then just tick boxes, it will be a problem. And then the other thing, we are very much happy to hear that there is some libraries and some laboratories. But to the fact that everybody knows in South Africa, if you can go out, you are just going to find buildings. Some libraries are just 2 books. Some libraries are full of tools and containers that is not necessary to be in that library classroom, because they are not working. And we have to differentiate what is library and what is just a building. If you can compare on the urban and the rural, it is actually an insult when we come here talking that we have libraries in the rural areas. You can just number your schools that you have, that libraries. But the thing that we have there is not libraries. The libraries that are not taken care of, they don't even know which books are in there. What is the purpose or the capacity of the book, and what is the importance for our children to read that books? What are they gaining from reading that books? Because they have to be an inventory of the books that are in library. You have to have the information which you are feeding our children to, if it's necessary. It's not every books that are important for everybody to read. Some books are for old, some books are for younger people. Then it's where we must get the differentiation. Then so we will be very happy if the Department of Education will go down to go and check what they are talking about. And then we are asking for when we will be allocated with funds. Please, man, do us a favor. Asirna man after Sokwana Mechi Saralaganin. Rahopela or Heli Huedici Machele. Nkele prioritizing the Kolo Jadinagamarai. Because up to this stage, if you talk about KwaZulu-Natal, we talk about Limpopo and some other rural areas, it's a shame. And for ourselves in these 30 years, it's a shame. Our friends are laughing at us. Whereas even sitting with us here, they can just see now we are good on tabling the presentation. But when it comes to practical, Dololo, it's a very, very, very shameful. And then the other thing is of the water at school. In KwaZulu-Natal, via from Nongoma, when you go to Pongola, unfortunately I forgot the school. There is a school which is still receiving a water from the rain. There is cutters that are connected from the roofs in that Jojo tanks that are fed there. Then so you ask yourself that what is actually going on here? Who is taking care of the roofs? Are they sweeping the roofs before the rain comes? What is happening? Is it that the rain just get raining, then the water get fed to the Jojo tanks? Tomorrow morning our children are drinking. And so that we came here to claim that we have our children with proper waters. It's wrong. Then so we are asking for the department to bring the proper and healthy information here. Because it's a shame for the department to come here to tell the public that they are feeding our children with the dirty water. It's wrong. That thing we are talking about, we're doing better than you because feeding you with the information. We are going down to the ground. The wrong information that your a team is giving you, we are here to correct it. And we are requesting you to take our advice to change your measures on your people who are doing the job for you. Because there is a lot of mess. They only choose what it suits them. Then so we are asking for you, Department of Education, for at least consider what we have just illustrated here. And then we believe, because you showed that you can do the best, we still hope that you can do the best, especially if you can go to the ground and then do the quality checks of all information that you get from the people who you send there. Do another one, send another one again to make sure that nobody lies to you. You must be intelligent to the job that you will be doing. Up to so far, Chairperson, let me thank you. It will happen where it will cause us to come again if there is important. But in closing, let me say we are asking for the department to consider the maintenance. The maintenance must not be an issue of a project that will be done only if the infrastructure is getting old. Keep the maintenance with the life of your infrastructure. That you'll monitor it on a daily or a monthly or a quarterly or a yearly basis so that it will never become old. Because you are maintaining it, you are looking at it. You don't only wait for it when it's old, then it's whereby you think of maintenance. Then so that one will never call it maintenance. Maintenance is like a car. We don't maintain a car when it's broken. You give it a time of maintenance. Change oils, change some other things that needed to be changed. That's what we must keep our maintenance. As far as we see in Department of Education, we only maintain when things are broken. Like the school that I've sent in the group here, maybe they will privilege it with it. The very same one that I'm talking about at KwaZulu-Natal. If we can take your child to that school tomorrow, you'll even wish to commit the suicide because it will be taking yourself into the coffin without being buried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Komani, and thank you very much to the acting chair. The next speaker was Honorable Christians.
Chairperson,
You press somewhere there is a button on the side.
Chairperson, I left something very important here. Can you just give me a second? I just want to highlight the minister about the school, the report that we gave of KwaZulu-Natal about the children who were supposed to be, the transport be terminated last week. We also wanted a minister to give the answer on that, whereas it was on her absence, but because it was not an individual thing, it was a Department of Basic Education. We are quite sure that the secretary have done his job. She is aware. They should have been terminated on the 1st of this month. Then we, as a team, we want the report back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No. Let's continue. Honorable Kaba will give you an opportunity after here. I'll give you an opportunity after everyone else has spoken. Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I think it would only be proper for us to appreciate the Minister and her team for, I think, really the tangible progress that has been made so far in the 10 years that they've indicated to us. I mean, especially under the key infrastructure programs that have been shown to us under CD and SAFE. So, I mean, we've seen 373 electricity projects, we've seen 1,259 water projects, 1,053 sanitation projects. And I think under the CD project, this really marks a significant milestone for the department. And we've seen under the SAFE program that you've completed 3,235 of the 3,372 projects. And, I really think that this demonstrates a commitment to eradicating unsafe and undignified sanitation infrastructure in the country. And furthermore, I think, our education facilities management system, I think it's also great that there's a continuous refinement to that program. I think there is still work to be done, but we really see a refinement to that program. And this also really represents a critical step towards our data-driven planning and improvement of our infrastructure delivery in the country. So these gains are really encouraging, Minister and your department. Having said all that, I do have a few questions, Chairperson. So we've seen there, as the presenter has mentioned, that 373 electricity projects under the CD have been completed. However, many schools are still experiencing electricity interrupted learning due to unreliable power supply in many of the provinces. I mean, I can specifically speak to the Northern Cape, where we've really seen such interruptions, and it is concerning, and especially in rural areas where there has been interruptions. So my question to the department is, have you considered the integration of perhaps a sustainable off-grid energy solution in your infrastructure planning? And are there any policy frameworks in place to support this adaptation? And then with regard to the education facilities management system, we've seen that, there have been reliable and frequent updates. However, they are not clearly defined to us. And my question then is, how frequently are school condition assessments updated on the system, and what role do provincial departments play in validating this data, just to support that credible infrastructure planning and budgeting? And then what is really concerning to me is the hostel facilities upgrades over the 10-year span that we've seen that was presented to us. And we see there that only 38 hostel or boarding facilities seem to have either been built. There's not much information on upgrades, so I can't speak to that. But this really seems to be minimal at this stage. For example, in the Eastern Cape, there was one targeted boarding facility, but they haven't achieved anything. Naught has been achieved. And then in the Free State, we've seen that there's been a focus on renovations to assist the provincial integrated rural strategy. But we've also seen that special needs hostels, for example, have been built and are currently under construction, which is commendable because I really think we need to focus there. And then, Chair, in the previous meeting, I had asked the DG to send me some information on the hostel or the boarding infrastructure in the Northern Cape. And I really received, very disappointingly, a one-pager update on the boarding facilities and infrastructure updates in the Northern Cape. Now, we've done a bit of oversight in the Northern Cape with the committee and with myself as well. And the feedback that I've got from them is that they've spent 78 million rand on hostel renovations over the past 3 years in the Northern Cape. And this has been obviously per district and per project, I believe. And, you know, it remains in a dire state according to the oversight that we've done. So, and there also has been no additional or new facilities built as such. I think the presentation also mentioned that there has been zero built in the Northern Cape. So I am concerned that the Northern Cape is not held fully accountable for the money spent and the value with regard to the 78 million rand that they've indicated with regard to these projects. And my plea to the Department of Education is that we can really do an in-depth oversight into the Northern Cape hostels or boarding facilities, Chair. Then with regard to the infrastructure prioritization and maintenance issues, now we've seen there on slide 15 that maintenance is primarily funded through the equitable share. So this implies basically that provinces must prioritize maintenance from their own budgets. And we've also seen that slide 20 acknowledges that maintenance is often neglected and infrastructure deteriorates faster as a result of that. Both of these are concerning, and we've also seen that there are no figures that you've provided with regards to maintenance backlogs, nor are there any estimates on the costs of deferred maintenance. So my question with regards to maintenance really is, has the department conducted a national audit to determine the value of the accumulated school maintenance backlogs per province? And if so, can this committee be furnished with the data? That is, for example, the roofing, the plumbing, the fencing, etc., with regard to that accumulated school maintenance backlogs per province. And then the presenter also mentioned the 10-point infrastructure strategy. Now, this plan or this 10-point plan prioritizes maintenance with regard to the eradication of backlogs, etc. However, practical implementation measures are not clearly outlined per province. And I'm concerned about that because I really think we need to hold provinces more accountable. So could the department provide a breakdown of how each province has adapted and operationalized the 10-point plan? I mean, if you can't provide it today, if you can provide it to the committee at a later stage, just with regard to monitoring indicators, whether they are in place to track provincial compliance and, you know, with regard to these strategic points. And then also, the plan calls for professionalization of the infrastructure units in the provincial education departments, yet the presentation was fairly silent on capacity constraints. And my question here is just, what is the current status of infrastructure unit staffing across the PEDs, and has the department conducted a skills audit to identify gaps, for example, in technical expertise, that could possibly be affecting infrastructure delivery. We've seen there that the infrastructure upgrades and maintenance given to provinces when their CD and SAFE projects come to an end. And I think this is a concern because we now need to keep provincial departments accountable for further upgrades, maintenance, planning. And we've seen there, for example, in the Eastern Cape, there's persistent backlogs in water and sanitation. There's inadequate classroom space. There's delays in completing the SAFE program toilets, mainly because, I suppose, as my previous colleague has mentioned, due to these programs not being completed on time. In the Free State, for example, there's delays in addressing infrastructure backlogs, there's budget constraints, aging infrastructure, and so I can go on to Gauteng, overcrowded classrooms, KwaZulu-Natal, there's severe backlogs with water and sanitation, Limpopo, water and sanitation once again, the Northern Cape, I think they seriously lack proper fencing and sanitation, ICT, electricity, and then the Northwest, aging school infrastructure. The Western Cape has lesser issues, but also because of the urban migration leading to overcrowding. Overcrowding remains an issue in the Western Cape. So my question or my concern here really is just what will the department do to hold PEDs responsible and accountable for actually seeing to it that these projects are implemented and that they are completed in time and that corruption and fraud doesn't come into play with these issues. And then just to end off with, I think, Chairperson, the advancements that have been made by the department are really welcomed and commendable over the last 10 years and especially over the last year with regard to the pit latrines. And the reality, of course, remains that thousands of learners still face issues with regard to electricity, water, sanitation, etc., and particularly in our rural provinces. And I think we should give more input and accountability in the provinces the way these problems remain. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christians. The next speaker was Honorable Shikombana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity and greet yourself, the Minister, and a team, and colleagues from the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education who are present here today, and everyone who's here. I greet you all. Chair, we are going to take this opportunity now and use it because we have been longing for this type of a meeting where at least we are going to have the minister in our presence for the entire meeting. So since she's here, we're going to take that advantage and utilize it progressively because we don't know in the next meeting whether the minister will be with us or not, because there seems to be a lot of commitments in the ministries. If they are not outside the country, they are here in the country but doing something else but not in the committees when we are sitting in the committees. So when they are here, we're going to use that opportunity. Chair and the Minister, I will start with the issue of the rape case in the Eastern Cape of a 7-year child by the name of Kwekwe. I think there are new information that are coming out and there's new developments that is happening in the Eastern Cape. And if I know very well, Minister, this committee also requested that we should be doing an oversight, particularly in the school, so that we get to understand and as a committee as what really transpired, because there's something very new happening there, Chair, I'm telling you now. And I want to suggest that today we come up with a date where this committee goes to the school in the Eastern Cape and have an oversight and get to understand and get to know what really transpired with that case, because that case is taking a different shape now, and there's a lot of things that are happening, and people are going to run away with these things, and we will be left to be blamed ourselves if we are not going to be careful. So I want us to go back there, have in fact, we are not going back. We are going there because we have never been there. We are going there and to get to understand from ourselves, and so that we satisfy ourselves when we deal with this issue of Twekwe, we know that we have actually dealt with all corners of the issue. But when we get there, Chair, the following people must be present in our oversight meeting, and we're going to find a lot of things there as to what really happened there. The chief director, I don't want to mention names because I also have their names, but I don't want to mention them. But the chief director must be there, the district director must be there, the circuit manager must be there, and all the employees, because there are some employees that have been actually chased or they have been fired after all these things has happened. So all those that were working there before, they must come back, particularly the caretaker, that was also not part of the staff as we speak now. Also, we need the board of the school to be there and the SGB, if they have SGB, because we are not sure if that school it has SGB. So we need the SGB to be there, we need the board to be there, and all staff members, those who were workers before and present now, to be part of that meeting. So I think I will stop with the issue of the a young girl in the Eastern Cape, to say for us to get a proper justice for the child, let's go there as the committee. We're going to find many things by ourselves there. And by the time we come back here, we'll be shocked what really transpired there. So the other issue, I want to believe that in the previous meeting it was also discussed, Minister, with the question of Mpumalanga MEC of Education, with regard to the scandal of the 22 laptops that costed close to 2 million, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to also have a date as to when are these people of Mpumalanga Department of Education going to come to this committee so that they can account, because there's a lot of things happening there as well. We need to know what really transpired as the committee. We need to follow. Money has been misused. Even the premier was having a media briefing, if it was not yesterday or a day before. He confirmed that there was a mismanagement of funds in the department. So that tells us that there's a serious problem, Minister, and it's under you. Funds have been used. Have been misused under you in this department. I think you don't want that. And if you don't want that, then we must have a Mpumalanga Department of Basic Education or Department of Education to come here and account as to what really transpired and how best can we deal with that issue then. So the other issue that we must also focus on when that Mpumalanga Department of Education is here, we need to also get to understanding with regard to the issue of the scholar transport, because there's also issues around the scholar transport in the province, in Mpumalanga. So they must also come prepared as to come and answer us and tell us what is really happening there. And I want to check also with the minister, are you aware with the crisis of the scholar transport in Mpumalanga, and how are you best dealing with those things? So now I will come to the business of the day, where we are. I think I've clarified and mentioned all those things. You see, we welcome the report, and then yesterday, Minister, as you go out, I think they will record this. Okay. Okay. Yesterday in Mpumalanga, in a high school called Ngotini High School, there were the students there or learners there, they engaged in a protest. And when I arrived there, you see kids burning tires, almost even wanted to burn the the school. I'm like, we're heading towards a disaster here, where we are going to have high school learners or kids or students behaving in a manner that I have seen yesterday. It was shocking. And I was on my way. I'm passing. I'm going somewhere. I'm not going. But I stopped and went to check what is happening. And then I also spoke to some of the people that were leading the let me call it a protest, not a strike. And then I had to tell them who I am so that at least they can give me an opportunity, and or I also get an opportunity to listen to what are the real issues that are happening on the ground, to an extent that it takes learners to go to the streets and ban everything, block the streets. There was no way one can go in or go out through that road towards the school. It was very bad. One thing that I got there is that they don't have enough classrooms. And they've been, these learners have been raising these issues with the principal, raising these issues with the teachers in the school, raising these issues with everyone, and no one listening to them. Grade 12 learners, just before we go to Easter weekend, they were actually, the school was actually, they were supposed to be there from 6, I think, up until 6 in the evening. But around 11 or 12, they were forced to go home in the morning, because they can't fit enough, all of them, in those classrooms that which they've got in that school. There's a serious crisis of classrooms. And the grade 12s now, they even told me that we are failing here. Now we are going to for junior exams. We are learning in a very situation or an environment that is not conducive for us to focus and also give good results as learners. We are failing here. The other issue is that they don't have teachers to teach them for the specific subjects. There are not enough teachers there. And the department is aware in Mpumalanga. Everyone is aware in Mpumalanga. And nothing is done. To an extent that these kids, their future is compromised as where we are now. And tomorrow, we are going to expect these kids to give us good results in that school. You must note that school, so that when the results comes bad in that school, then we must be held accountable as this committee to say, but those kids, they even went to streets raising the issues to say, we don't have enough teachers here. Teachers are being redeployed. You call that thing of redeployment, of removing a teacher from this school to another school close to where they are coming from or whatever, for no reasons, because kids that say, but we don't have enough teachers here, but we continuously redeploy teachers from our school to elsewhere. That is the challenge that we have actually found there in the school. And it needs to be addressed. I think I will also be with them in the few coming days, because I promise to go back to the school as well. But I'm putting this into the committee and also say, note the name of the school in Mpumalanga, so that when that school produce 0 results for us this year, we don't blame those kids. We must blame ourselves, because we are at an advantage of dealing with that situation much more better. My questions are very few, Chair. I just want to check, like I did acknowledge the presentation, but we are 31 years now in democracy. And 31 years in democracy, Honorable Law, we are still speaking of issues of infrastructures, and to an extent in some of the schools, these infrastructures are not appropriate. And if I can say to you, Honorable Komana, Honorable Law, and Honorable Chair, to say, let's go and do a feasibility study as to where these schools are. Who is affected the most? It's our people. You will understand when I say our people, what do I mean when I say our people. It's our people that are in this mess. It's the future of the most vulnerable black people that are ready to learn, but there are no infrastructure good enough to give them a better education that we all want them to have. 31 years. today. I just want to check, how are the funds allocations being utilized for infrastructure projects? Because I want to believe that there's allocation of funds that you put with regard to, or specifically meant for the infrastructure project. How are those funds utilized? And then do you have a system that also get these people, if there's a misutilization of the funds allocated, how do you deal with that situation? Do you have people come to account, and after accounting, what happens? Do you open cases? Are the people getting arrested? What is happening with that regard? What steps are being taken to ensure that there's transparency and accountability in the financial management of those funds that has been allocated? How is the department addressing the issue relating to irregular expenditures? Because corruption in South Africa is one of the things. It has actually become, it's always song of the year. Every year, year in and year out, we are speaking of corruption in South Africa. And it's not even ending honorable law, even under GNU. It seems to be worse. It's not even ending. So others were busy saying there's corruption, they came, they joined, it's continuing. It's still the same thing. So it's a serious crisis. And then with this issue of, there's another point there in your presentation. I just forgot the name of the presenter there. But I would have loved to always refer you with your name as I refer to you. Under fencing, you gave a proper detailed presentation and information. But I just want one thing. If in that presentation you could have said to us, this is or give us information on number of schools that totally do not have fencing in South Africa. Totally, at all. I want to check if you know of any of a school in South Africa that does not, do not have fencing. And if we do have that school, what is the plan of the department in addressing the school? I want to check if the department is aware, because South Africa is huge. You might not have arrived in a corner where I have arrived. So you must then tell me here to say, do we have a school in South Africa that do not have fencing at all? And then we'll take it from there. And then what role does the school governing bodies play in the infrastructure maintenance? How many schools have been upgraded or built to replace those made of inappropriate materials? How many schools they've been built so far to replace those ones? What improvement have been made in providing water, sanitation, and electricity to schools lacking those essential services? Now we are coming to a budget. A budget is a problem in South Africa, and worse, in the 7th administration, it's even difficult to pass a budget. It's a serious mess. So given these issues of budget challenges, minister and the department, how are you dealing with the issue of the budget constraint? Because not so long of all the projects that are there left to be completed and that we have identified to say to us we are going to finish them before the end of this financial year. This financial year is going to be a very problematic financial year, because if the budget is also giving us indications to say we are heading towards a very difficult financial year. And now there are some projects that are not complete, like your pit toilets that you did, Minister. You said by March, if I'm not mistaken, you will be at 100%, and which it did not happen. There's 139 schools, if I'm not mistaken, that still are sitting at that problem, and we are having a serious budget constraint. What are your plans there? How are you going to deal with the budget constraints? Because we don't want a situation when we come back again, we are told, oh, that we wanted to do these things, we have planned to do these things, but we do not have a budget. We all know there's no budget. It means now there should be something that we must do. There should be a way of us formulating to say, in the absence of this budget, that is going to be a crisis for us to do this work. This is what we are going to do to prevent unforeseen circumstances. There's a slide there under inappropriate structures. And when the presenter was making presentation, they said the inappropriate structures, we are speaking of structures that are built on materials that are not proper. You made account of, or you gave example of the mud schools, your asbestos and everything. But when you go to that slide there, under KZN, it gives you the number of schools, that there are 5,753 schools in KZN, right? But when you go to the inappropriate structures, it says 0. I don't understand what are you trying to tell us there? You are trying to tell us that there is no structure in KZN that or there is no school in KZN that is having inappropriate materials that are built with. Can you please tell us what are you trying to say there? Because we know of schools in KZN of such nature. And now this report tells us that, it gives us an indication, according to where I'm sitting now, standing to be corrected when you come to correct me, to say what do you mean when you give us the number of schools, but there you come and say 0. I don't understand. And it comes back to the fact that Honorable Komana was speaking about, to say you don't verify facts. You sit somewhere, someone sends you the report, and then you put it as it is today. Can you please explain here, so that we can also refer to you to say, this is not true. I just want you to confirm to me, what do you mean here? Then we will tell you that this is not true. And then the other issue, Chair, I'm about to finish. There is a tendency of overpricing, which is defeating the ends of being able to service more communities. How is price fixing addressed, Minister and the department? How do you address the question of price fixing? Because and also Honorable Commander touched on some of those things of price fixings, because the contractors sometimes they overcharged everything, and then the next thing now you run out of budget, and then the building or the structures are ending up not being completed because of these people who just charge very high recklessly, and we don't confirm and we don't do anything. We give them the tender, they go in there, we can't pay them, then everything stops, then our people find themselves in a difficult conditions. How do you address such things as a department? How much does it cost to build one school, Minister? Just one school, and just an ordinary school. I just want to check how much does it cost to build that one school? Because we are giving an account to say there's these schools that are still yet to be built, we have not built, and all those type of things. But we know we are sitting with a serious crisis of a budget. But how much does it cost to build a one school? How frequent does the SGB get to be trained on the maintenance concern? SGB on its own. Last question, Chair. When schools are being audited, does it also include the school infrastructure well-being in the auditing of the school? I think those are the few questions that I had, Chair, and thank you very much. And please let's note the issue of the Eastern Cape to go to Matatiel and do oversight in that school. There's something new, beautiful happening there, and the committee should know what is happening that side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jordan.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. It's quite difficult to follow the very lengthy inputs that Honourable Shekwambana had given. I'm going to try and cover whatever the previous speakers had not said. Chairperson, I'd like to commend the significant reductions in backlogs when we look at water supply, toilets, and inappropriate infrastructure. That's been mentioned. We recognise that much has been done in the Minister's short tenure so far, supplementing what's been done in the 30 years before her appointment. Chair, I understand that that the grants are going to be seized at the end of this year, as it had been mentioned, and that infrastructure will then solely be handed over to provinces. And so that brings to question provincial spending and the department's sort of intergovernmental cooperation on different levels of government and holding provinces accountable for money spent on infrastructure. Chair, and I think this can be quite difficult if the department has limited authority over provincial spending or execution as it should be. So my question is, what measures had the department taken to improve intergovernmental coordination with provinces to ensure delivery of school infrastructure projects, particularly with Eastern Cape and with KwaZulu-Natal, where we see infrastructure is still lacking, and there appears to often be consistent under-delivery on the part of provincial departments. Also considering, of course, that this has much to do with budgetary constraints. Is there any support or performance management in place to assist provinces with weak implementation capacity? And then another challenge that had come up, Chairperson, was the approval times from municipalities that was mentioned. And this comes to, I suppose, provision of infrastructure and also services that affect schools. And so while we were in Gauteng, we also realized that approval processes in provinces are often a barrier to progress at a ground level. And I spoke to the head of the department in that province, and he indicated that it quite often happens that something just sort of lies on the desk of Treasury or whatever sign-off processes, and in that instance, schools often are neglected when it comes to the delivery of basic services. And so I'm wondering, what's the department's role in providing guidelines or support at other levels of government when it comes to cutting red tape and expediting delivery, particularly with reference to infrastructure and basic services to schools? Then, Chairperson, I'm wondering, when it comes to budgeting and under expenditure in province, it appears that there's some under expenditure in the education infrastructure grant as well as the school infrastructure backlogs grant. Are there instances where provincial infrastructure budgets return underspent in the last financial year? And what had led to continuous underspending of these grants, especially in provinces like the Eastern Cape and Limpopo? Has the department, or how is the department addressing the reduction in infrastructure budgets since 2019? And the Minister had mentioned in her brief notes in the beginning of our meeting that there's an estimate of 32 billion that the department still needs to come up with for schools requiring additional classrooms, and 14 billion that's needed to build additional toilets to deal with pressures affecting schools for various circumstances. What measure of reliance is there on capable private sector partners and NGOs where state capacity is lacking when it comes to coming up with these funds? Speaking of collaboration with the private sector, Honourable Chair, there was a mention of mobile laboratories and libraries, and it's something that's actually come up in a number of our meetings, where schools that don't have access to libraries and laboratories might have access to mobile laboratories, but this is often sort of lacking because schools don't necessarily have good relationships with, whatever private company might be funding this initiative, or whatever the circumstances might be. And so, is the department approaching the private sector for provision of this as well, or where do mobile libraries and laboratories originate from? Then when it comes to norms and standards, Chair, are there plans to include functionality of infrastructure in the databases that the department uses to assess the state of infrastructure across the country, and not just the presence thereof? So in other words, if we're saying that the school has access to water, would we also be at some point measuring whether water is actually being provided there? Then it seems that there's rather difficulties that the department is experiencing when it comes to fencing and infrastructure related to learner safety. Is there some sort of safety audit or information gathering effort that's gone into identifying what percentage of schools still lack perimeter fencing, and how would this be addressed, especially considering risks of vandalism, break-ins, costs that are often borne by schools for sort of unforeseen events. And then one aspect that the Minister has touched on in her opening remarks as well, Chairperson, was errant contractors and implementing agents, and as well as the invent of the construction mafia. And though this is a moving target looking forward, it's also not a problem that existed since yesterday. 30 years preceding the Minister's appointment, we've seen corruption festering in this sector as much as any other. And one example is yesterday a bail application was heard in the Belleville Specialized Commercial Crimes Court regarding an infrastructure project of 2 decades ago affecting a school in the Eastern Cape, where 13 million rand was allegedly fraudulently laundered into personal bank accounts, and then again in 2008 by the same people, allegedly, a school in the same province, a different school, was abused as the purpose behind looting the same company, while learners and the education sector in that province should have benefit. And this is only one example of an illness in public funding that requires rigorous oversight and elimination. And so we've seen poor planning and contract performance and a lack of local project management cited as causes of delivery failure. And we also see that there are a number of incomplete projects that have been terminated or rescoped, sometimes several times. And so my question relating to this, Chair, is how many projects have been abandoned due to poor contractor performance, and have any contractors been blacklisted? Does the department have a blacklist of contractors that it will not work with, or some sort of national database that provinces also have to abide to? What criteria are used to select contractors, and how is performance monitored during implementation? How is quality assessed after implementation, and what's being done to improve project management capacity at the district and at a provincial level? How is the department, in other words, measuring value for money when it comes to infrastructure investments? And so the same applies to sanitation intervention. While some projects are completed, others are completed but not handed over. What consequence management exists for provinces and contractors who repeatedly fail to meet their infrastructure targets? And what are the reasons for delays in handing over sanitation projects from the SAFE initiative? Then, when it comes to maintenance training, just the last question, is the department tracking the effectiveness and the reach of the train the trainer endeavor? I recall also during our oversight that the same maintenance manual was cited, but the school where we were present was not aware of the maintenance manual. And this was actually one school in which general maintenance training to SGB and the school's management team was actually quite needed, especially considering the difficulties or strain it had caused on the school's relationship with the province and vice versa. Then the handy persons from the Basic Education Employment Initiative. Just a question, I guess, out of interest, Chairperson. When we look at the standard learnership for an artisan, it's about 3 to 4 years. And this would be a qualified electrician or plumber or whatever the case. Is the department of the opinion that 6 months would be enough for these young people to undergo the basic maintenance training and then also work on school grounds as well? Or is the training outside of their work time? How is that affecting their sort of 6 months appointment? Just to conclude, Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. While serious challenges remain in school infrastructure delivery, safety and maintenance, we fully acknowledge and support the strides that have been made in the past and also under the current leadership. There's clearly measurable progress in addressing long-standing backlogs, even if it's not as fast as I know the Minister would have wanted these activities to happen. We've seen that the eradication of pit latrines is a main priority of hers, and we are monitoring that along with her. Particularly water, sanitation, and inappropriate school structures, we've also seen from the presentation, Chairperson, that there's been quite a lot of progress, and we support the enhancement of the intergovernmental coordination, improved contractor oversight, and exploring partnerships with the private sector, but we urge that these be deepened to ensure consistent delivery and value for money across all provinces. Thank you.
Honorable Gaza. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by greeting you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister and your team, honorable members, officials, and everyone in attendance. Honorable Minister, since you are here, through you, Chair, may I check the news that are making rounds in social media, and there are certain media houses that have wrote about the KZN issue about educators, that they might not receive their salaries as it is happening with service providers. I just want to check if those news are true or not. Chairperson, let me come back to the scope of the day. I've noticed on slide 9 that slide 9 references smart schools, schools without toilets, without water and electricity, but it doesn't indicate where are these provinces, or who are, or like it's avoiding like naming provinces where these problems are coming from. So in this case, Honorable Minister, I would like with your team that you provide a full provincial breakdown of mud schools, as it was reported previously that there were 510 and now they are 331 that were replaced. So I just want to know from which provinces these mud schools are still, or where are the provinces that they still have mud schools. Secondly, I just want to check the breakdown in terms of provinces where there are schools without toilets, as it is mentioned here that in 2006 there were 3,265 and now there are 139 incomplete. So I just want to know which provinces that are still forcing our learners to use pit toilets. Same thing with school without water. It is reported that there are 1,336 that are completed, but I just want to know how many that are still lacking reliable water. Same thing with schools without electricity. It is reported that it is now complete, yet one have some few schools that she knows that does not have electricity. So especially in KZN, there are a number of schools that do not have a connectivity of electricity. And that is an inquiry for me, as how come are we saying we have completed yet there are still schools that are lacking connectivity. On slide 17, there is a condition rating that is exposing a national scandal here. There is 60% of the country's very poor schools. It's showing that it's in the Eastern Cape, where it's rated 50% of poor schools, 35% that are fair, meaning that Eastern Cape alone has 85% of schools that are substandard. However, the budget is not showing or reflecting this as an emergency issue. So I just want to know from the department as to why is the Eastern Cape not receiving like proportional funding to address its disproportionate crisis, and to check whether is there any emergency intervention plan for provinces like the Eastern Cape in question, Limpopo and KZN, since we know that they have severe backlogs. Another thing, there is I think it's called infrastructure grants or norms and standard for infrastructure. If I recall very well, there was the minimum uniform of norms and standard for school infrastructure in 2013 that binded the government to eradicate pit toilets, the unsafe structures and lack of water and electricity by 2023, and it was revised to 2025. Yet we see there are so many schools that still violate these norms. And I just want to check if are there any consequences measures in place to ensure that schools are complying with these grants or norms and standards. Also, it's clear that there are no transparency on which provinces are waste offenders. I would like, if possible, if the department can provide a tracker per province as to how many schools in each province still violate norms and what is the deadline to fix them. Another issue, Minister, is the issue of the schools that were built in 1960s and 70s. I just want to check if do you have any plans about those schools, because it's clear it's like they don't even appear in your system. If I'm not mistaken, in January I visited 5 of them, those who were built in 1960s, 70s. The situation there is not conducive for teaching and learning. And these schools, they rely strongly on sponsors and business forums that are around their areas. I just want to check if, do you know the number of those schools across the country, and if you can give details, a breakdown according to provinces, and what are you doing with those schools? I think for now I'm sorted. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kaza. Honorable Low.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by welcoming the comprehensive presentation that we received from the department. And I think it's quite important to also utilize the opportunity to engage the minister on the direct issues. Before that, I get to the day-to-day issues of the infrastructure presentation we received from the department. I think there are two schools, Minister. I want to take your stats and I want to take to a realistic analysis of why members are eager to say, we acknowledge the report, but these are the issues we are faced with day to day. Now, where we are from as constituents, I'm going to start with one school from Magareng local municipality, which is Mohomutse High School, in between the center of N12. I can tell you today, Minister, I've been reporting, I've been speaking about this thing, I've written about this thing. We're going to end up having a case where the school is going to collapse on top of our learners with regard to infrastructure developmental issues. And the excuse to say there's no money is not going to assist the process. There is a need to execute. The reason that there is a department to preside over the schools and preside over officials is for us not to be operational. Because I'm raising all of this because all of these issues, they are raised to us when we visit schools to go and do the work of the constituents. And they are facing our learners. I'm saying all of this, they are at the brink of collapsing. The Mohomotse High School is collapsing because it is the only high school we have in Magareng. And it's not even maintained, it is not even taken care of, and it's a cry for concern. And I want to go back to what Honorable Shikomane said. Those who are affected by this are the multi-forces, are those who are vulnerable, are those who are disadvantaged by the status of the economy, which we'll need to look at, and then we'll need to put emphasis on that. So I'm raising this. Again, there's another school at Northwestern Christiana. It's Lerona Secondary School. That school is collapsing, it's overcrowded. 1,780 registered learners to 52 teachers. Will end up not having a school there, and it's only one school. So as we look onto these critical issues of infrastructure in our assessment, we must be realistic and we must be honest and accept the fact that we would not be able to touch all because we haven't put systems in place to trace all of our schools as to how do we get to the assessment. How do we get to understand this school to say, if we are saying 60% is fine, what about the remaining, and what is your analysis and assessment that you have made as a department towards those schools? And what becomes therefore a follow-up with regard to that? Because I'm being practical because we're dealing with constituents, we're dealing with learners, who must walk from passing the rivers from Pampirstad to Hatsvater, which is a school there. It's painful that where there's a fully fledged Val River that supplies water for communities. At the same time, it has a potential to take our kids and affect them badly because of poor infrastructures that we don't maintain. I'm saying I'm raising all of this frustration on top of the national department because there's a belief that we are not doing this, the province is doing this, we are not supposed to go. I'm minister. The government of South Africa is in the same framework where we are going to assist here. The National Department of Basic Education has a duty to preside over the provincial departments. And it is a duty to make sure that there's consequence management if there's failure for our people to deliver what we're expecting. Besides, we get to the technicalities of us not having money or money not being there. But they are just maintenance issues that I think they are deliberate. And we can be able to deal with without having to raise all of the technicalities, and it's affecting our children. I'm saying, I'm raising another one. Libraries and laboratories are found in deep rural areas in this case for infrastructural issues. That's NJ. You will find out that there are no equipments or apparatus for them to perform. But the poor kids are trying to move from 50 to 72 with regard to your matric results, even though they are pressed given the infrastructural development that is not getting to their touch or through their grassroots. So the department needs to put emphasis on monitoring, maintenance, thorough, and understanding what is the failure for the schools to base their funds to maintain schools that are going to have create problems for us as department. We would not want to run because there's going to be social media that will run. We should raise it here. We are the leading, we are government, we are parliament, we are playing oversight here. We should raise our issues and be able to process them accordingly. So as you go back, engage your provinces, engage your departmental officials. Yes, we can come and give us a report of 60-70%, but the realistic part on the ground is not reflecting what you are saying to us. There are realistic issues that are facing our people on the ground. It is not realistic. I can tell you today. We are not going to leave anything to rest because of technicalities that we are faced with. And we've said it as this portfolio committee. If needs be that we must assist, where we must go and look for funds, we'll have to see the department to explore into other means of making sure they partner with private institutions to make sure there's going to be a way to deal with infrastructure that is a serious outcry to the country. We no longer speak about teaching and learning as a problem. Our learners are trying their best, and the teachers, they are underpaid, under difficult conditions. We've seen schools improving, and we've seen schools trying to do the best out of the best. Now, in Larona, Minister, we only have a few toilets left, which is 2 out of the 1,780. In Mokhomotsi Magareng, we only have a few toilets left out of the overcrowded class and learners that we have, and there's no response towards those things. So I'm giving you a task and a key opportunity to go and assist and play oversight and assist in these schools for them to get an adequate attention they need so that we're able to respond to the issues that are facing our schools. So that tomorrow when you come back, we can back you up to say, indeed, the minister has systems in place. Now, we're identifying all of these gaps because when you come to us, you must have done your homework as to how do you touch your streams in terms of your provinces. And we'll always identify schools that we think are critical as members of parliament, because those are our constituents, those are our people, and they are affected by these issues. But at the ultimate end, these learners are trying to make sure that they pass what the highest rates and targets we give them. Now, if learners can base their performance on their predetermined plans, why is the department not be able to do their predetermined objectives and face their targets and fulfill them and say, out of 100, we couldn't do this? In the presentation, part of the provinces, or amongst the provinces, there are those who could not even supply electricity to the schools. There are those who could not even respond to as to why we didn't deal with these particular infrastructural backlogs. Because there's no consequence management. The notion is that we come, we comply, we move. The next time we'll come back, we'll tell them we tried. It's not going to work. We follow up. We're here to follow up and make sure we respond to that. So to get to technical issues, we understand the backlogs we are faced with and the issues of the fiscals that we are faced with as a country. But there are things that does not need us to go and see, but here we need to wait for money. There are things that need infrastructural issues to respond to, and we must capacitate our SMTs and SGPs so they understand why are they there. What is their critical role for them to observe and to form an integral part of the education ecosystem of the country of South Africa? So I want to put it like that. We acknowledge, we know, we are part of parliament, we know the problems of the budget constraints. But at some point, where they are irregular, where there's corruption, where there's wasteful expenditures, will not accept that when our kids are suffering. It's winter now. Already it's winter because we can feel it now. What is our analysis and assessment deeply in rural areas about those schools that do not have windows, doors, and chairs and ceilings? And how do we respond adequately to them? Do we have circulars? Do we speak about these things? Do we reprimand these officials who are failing to adhere to such things? Do we communicate the good that you are doing as a department from provinces, and you communicate the good that you are not doing as a department, so that we are able to measure the work done? Because we might be sitting with 60% here today, because mainly we are dealing with one schools and one in the other. They have been vandalized. We must rework, repair. That's why we cannot move as a department. So we need to move. We need to be proactive. We need to understand if we have fixed the school, or we have repaired or maintained the school, what is the lifespan of the school to continue with that, so we are able to move to other schools. So I want to put emphasis on that notion, and want to appreciate your presence today with us. We've been missing you so much, so that we can engage you thorough with issues that you must be on par with, because we believe you are accountable to the committee. My first question is that to the department, you mentioned that underperforming contractors and implementing agencies have been a problem affecting school infrastructure service delivery. Have any of these contractors been blacklisted by the National Treasury? How can you improve transparency and accountability around these actors to mitigate against the risk of corruption? And then the amended minimum norms and standards for schools infrastructure is removed deadlines from the regulations. You previously indicated to the committee that you will update these norms and standards to include deadlines, and that is not indicated in your annual performance plan. By when will you do this? I want to understand that. Now that the school infrastructure backlogs grants will be meshed into the EIG, the CEDA and SAFE will no longer exist. The Department of Basic Education is responsible for setting out policies and monitoring. What data is collected in the EFMS, how often is updated, and how much of it is publicly available? In your estimation, is there sufficient reliability from that? Can we rely on it? What are you doing to improve what are you doing to improve its reliability? Can the Basic Education Employment Initiative employees also be used to collect proper data? And then you mentioned that out of migration, schools closure, part of the schools closure is because of migration, but this is not only the cause, like I indicated. There are also instances where schools are defunded, teacher posts are reduced, or infrastructure deteriorating, and also parents opt to send their children elsewhere because they cannot be assured of a good education at the school in their area village. That's what I referred to earlier. How do you mitigate against their being used to justify the school closure? So in reality, we need to look also onto the realistic issues that push our teachers to go, that push our learners to leave the schools, and how do we mitigate? How do we put them into cooperation for the schools for teachers not to move and go? I spoke about stakeholder engagement and integrating all those who are relevant to bring about the community to respond to the challenges that are facing our schools. And then for those situations, water and electricity that are not in your control, what are you doing to ensure that those departments responsible for these services will provide these services for a school to be a school in good conditions and to be able to have that supplies? For those that are not able to, you are not able to intervene, what are you doing? How can you rate something as good, Minister, if it does not comply with the minimum norms and standards for school infrastructure? Only 12% of schools fully comply with the minimum norms. So how do you, what barometer do you utilize to rate such? And then there are this 8,222 overcrowded school backlog comes from 2022 plan that the department in the previous administration identified. They meant to introduce the special intervention on the overcrowding of schools, but this plan was put on hold due to budget cuts. What updated data do you have since learner population and migration has increased? And what will you do to secure this funding to afford learners a chance to learn in proper school environments? So I'm posing all of this so that we want to understand by when will till the infrastructure asset management plans be uploaded and publicly available, so we can understand. What can you give us more detailed update of the budget facilities for infrastructure funding application, and what is required, what is likelihood of funding, and how much money is being applied for, and what is expected there from that? Can you share some of the findings of the PPP benchmarking exercise that we have done, so that we often understand how do we therefore mitigate the situation? Because I pose all of this because I believe that there's more to be done administratively than to speak on dealing with the infrastructure developmental issues. So your way of operating in presiding over the issues that are affecting us infrastructure as infrastructure issues, it's mainly failing to adhere coherently because of we fail to have consequence management and accountability that is true and realistic. And I acknowledge the fact that DG always says he goes to all of these schools. I acknowledge the fact that he goes to all of these schools and he knows them by heart and he understands. It should assist the departments to play its oversight on the provincial departments, to interrelate its work, to speak with stakeholders and say, yeah, we've got a situation, how do we mitigate it? When you come to Parliament, when you come in front of the portfolio committee, you come strategically to tell us that we've got these issues, we've managed this, now we're going to implement this, and we're this far to implement these particular issues. So that we are able to also assess and assist and say, in going forward to our key discussions of making sure there should be budgets available, we shouldn't come and be told that this province is doing good in infrastructure, this one is doing good in nutrition program. There should be a sequence on how things must be done accordingly by this province and for national department, because I believe each and every senior manager or each and every branch leader or a branch person who's leading a branch of the department, that person has a KPI that seeks to speak what is expected from you and what becomes the outcome. How do you measure your work? So go and technically deal with administrative issues for you to get a realistic assessment as to what is affecting our school infrastructure and how can we maintain them. Because we sometimes find out that these implementing agencies or these contractors are in collaborate with others to create corruption, to create a problem for the schools not to be developed. Now, how do we therefore give confidence to the portfolio committee that given the assessment of those who could not adhere to the key deliverables as per the scope of their project, we have arrested these particular people who are going to push these ones are pushed. But every time implementing it is a problem, it's like a chorus to us. What have you done? No, we have not done nothing. We'll move to another one. That's how we are stuck here. Our backlogs are also systematic. Our backlogs are administrative also, because we did not look back and say, what do we review administratively for us to be able to account for these infrastructural backlogs and how do we respond to them? So I'm taking you back. Go and revisit on how you handle your process of consequence management and your operational process with regard to your provinces, and how should they therefore account to ourselves. Because I can tell you now, if you've got 9 provinces, and this one is excelling on this one is doing this one, and this one is a problem, that means we are not able to address issues for them to uniformly in a good balance. We need a balanced approach as the DBE national to our provinces. If a province of Western Cape can be able to do good by infrastructure in making sure they put their funds accordingly, and they prioritize infrastructure to deal with the backlogs, we must take that as a pilot. If Gauteng is best in the ECD in terms of how they want to do, we must take that and make it a point. It becomes a uniform approach to deal with the contradictions. It can't be this one comes to, because I'm saying all of this, they've been coming to us. They are bringing a lot of scenarios that we cannot even comprehend, because there is no leader from the national department that gives directive as to how the department should operate from provincial departments. So the only way to deal with these backlogs, albeit the budgets we are faced with, is to deal with your systems. I'm repeating again. Go look into how do you run your departments from provincial to national, and your branches also, so that you are able to interlink the entire work and make a comprehensive analysis that is realistic, tangible, and can be measurable to say, yeah, we are at 70% and we are at 30% in these provinces because of 1, 2, 3, 6, and you have shifted those people for them to be able to address those issues. It will assist us as a committee to also assist you as a department. Now, compliance, malicious, respond to presentations won't assist us. We'll forever come and remind you on the previous years what you said and what you did not say. So having to present all of this, it becomes quite significant. As you are dealing with your fundings and everything, go look onto your day-to-day operation. Go look onto your predetermined objectives and targets. And provinces are not performing. Provinces are not performing, I can tell you. As they are not performing, it's upon us to come and see to it, how do we assist them to perform? Failure for them not having money, but how do we assist them to tighten up their systems in running the day-to-day of making sure they preside over our schools equally and they give adequate resources. When you speak of equitable share, you're speaking of a funding that should go for the marginalized. It should equally balance, and it should equally fund our children from Itirelem to Majachoro to Pampirsta to Siking. They must be able to feel that this government is doing work and is responsive to our people. So we're not going to take there when public schools, others are fine, others are not fine, and there's one department. I'm not going to accept that. All schools must go according to the norms and standards, and if others are falling or if are not able to, we should work on making sure they are in the same standards. How do we do it? It's upon yourself, because we appointed you as directors, as per your qualifications, that should assist us to think beyond the strategic point of operational planning.
As we learned. As we learned, Honorable Law,
Yes.
please.
As I learned, because I'm also presenting a statement, Minister. But I think it will assist the process, and it will take us to understand what could have brought all of these issues into this, and how can we therefore drive the department forward. And I want to acknowledge the department is doing good on how to addressing issues, but address issues that I've highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know I'll give follow-up questions. I'll give you a follow-up questions. No, I'll give follow-up questions. We are at 12:30. What time is the sitting starting? At 2. Yeah, so I'll give you follow-up questions. I want to give, firstly, we conclude the first round. And in the first round, those were the hands that I had noted. And then if there is a need for really follow-up questions, and then we'll allow follow-up questions to the department. I just want to conclude with my own questions, which are very few. The first issue is on the condition ranking 1 and 2. The presenter was saying that majority of these schools are non-viable, and they are in a process of being closed, or you provide a temporary solution through mobile classrooms. And I want to know, what role does the national department plays in that process of the measures or the closure of those schools, and also the provision of the mobile classrooms? And what lifespan, what is the mobile classroom's lifespan? And do you have at your position an audit of all the schools that currently are have mobile classrooms? How long those mobile classrooms have been in those schools? And the audit of the maintenance of those mobile classrooms? Because we've been to areas where the school was a mobile classroom only school for 13 to 15 years in a waterborne area, and there was no plan. So we want to know, what is your role at a national level in this instance? And also give us a breakdown of the schools that are non-viable, that you're going to shut down. And because there are some of these schools, one of the schools we visited in KZN has only a population of 159 learners. It's in a deep rural area. If you are going to move the learners from that village to another school and you don't provide transport, majority of them are going to really drop out of school. So give us a background of those schools and a breakdown. I agree with members, Honourable Minister, that you would have to submit to this portfolio committee within 7 days a breakdown of these 2,240 schools. These are schools in the category 1 and 2 ranking, which you are saying they are poor or very poor, and break down which provinces, which district, and which circuits. We want that breakdown because we want to be able to send this information to provinces to say, what are your plans in terms of these schools? Your immediate plans, your medium plans, and your long-term plans in these schools. So when you give us a breakdown, give us the current conditions of these schools. What makes you to rank them at a very poor and poor? So do they have broken ceilings, broken windows? What is it that makes you categorize these schools, these 2,240 schools? Now, you said the equitable share, it's actually a challenge. You must actually clarify and expatiate, how is it a challenge? Is it that provinces don't allocate to infrastructure, or they don't use that equitable share to infrastructure? Because you said the grants are just an additional. Actually, infrastructure budgeting should come from the equitable share. So give us that analysis of what do you mean it's a challenge? The SGP training, and you spoke at length about SGP training on the utilization of the maintenance budget. But what we want to know is that over the years, have you been auditing and monitoring the usage of the allocation, of the maintenance allocation? I mean, if we were dealing with one petition where we got to learn that the SGP had utilized close to 60-something thousand of the maintenance budget on another, on paying off a debt. Now, the department seemed to have realized that with us as a committee there, especially the national department. So do you monitor this allocation that you make on maintenance budget? Do you monitor the impact of the budget on this maintenance and repairs? You spoke about the funding allocation from the budget facility, and you are saying you're finalizing a request. We want to know, speak to us about that request. Which key areas are you getting those resources for? Where exactly? Which provinces? What exactly are you trying to resolve with that application and that request for additional budget? Now, you actually said in moving forward, and you've actually outlined some of the key issues that you're going to be looking at, which we welcome. But my view is that you are dealing really with contractors and service providers. You're dealing with when you speak about you're going to improve or you're going to depend on reliable planning information, what were you relying on before? What were you using? What mechanisms were you using? And why were you using those mechanisms? And where are the gaps in those mechanisms? Because our understanding is that in your planning, you ought to have used reliable information. And what will be the difference now? You also speak about you plan to increase local subcontracting. How do you plan to increase it? Because one of the challenges you mentioned is you say that business forums and community disrupts projects. And majority of the time they disrupt projects if they feel that they are not, they don't participate in those projects, or they are not given an opportunity to participate. And because those are local contractors, how are you going to enhance their participation? And you spoke about the gateway review and gateway review committees. Please tell us about that. I mean, expatiate on this few things that you are saying you're going to do to try and improve the delivery of infrastructure swiftly in schools. The last one is on the applications approval from municipalities, and one was speaking about the enhanced working relations that it is being seen in the department, which I have not seen. I didn't see it. I don't know where the others have seen it, because when we go to schools and when we do oversight, there is still serious issues in terms of cooperative government. Like you will find that the Department of Basic Education complains about Department of Public Works. The Department of Basic Education complains about COGTA and the electricity billing and all that thing. So I don't know this enhanced cooperative in this administration that you're speaking about, that you seemingly saying you've improved. I have not seen it. We have not seen it. I have not experienced it. The last one which I want to engage on, you see, there is this narrative that the eradication of pit latrine toilets is this administration's priority. It is not. It has been this government's priority. And if you go to slide 6, where you outline, you say sector achievements in selected infrastructure programs. Now, you go to the first one, new or replacement schools completed. The highest number was achieved in 2014 and 2015 at 121 new schools or replaced schools. Actually, in 2024, 2025, you've actually achieved the lowest number, which is 9 schools only. Now, tell us why. Because all along, if you look at the numbers, from 2013 to 2014, you had about 98 new schools or replacement schools, 121, 100, 63, 65, 66, 672, 30, 40, 19. Now you are standing at 9. How did we arrive at 9? Why are we regressing, or why have we regressed in this financial year, in this administration, so significantly? Now, if you go to water supply, the highest achieved in water supply was in 2020-2021 with 2,094 projects. This year, we are at 134. And last year, 2023-2024, we were at 651. These were your achievements. Now, this year, your achievements are standing at 134 up to quarter 3. And I don't think, even if you were to say in quarter 4, we'll catch up to the numbers of, I don't think you'll catch up. So this is the least, it's a lowest achievement in terms of water supply. You go to sanitation facilities. The highest was in 2015-2016. 1,600 sanitation facilities, which you achieved as a sector. This year, it's 174. Actually, in 2023-2024, it was 456. So this narrative that there was a very significant improvement. Yes, there is improvement. We understand, but there was significant improvement in previous years. So it can't be that this was not a priority of government. It only becomes a priority of government this year, which is actually not true. That narrative is not true. I don't think we should actually bask in a narrative that is not true. Because your numbers, the numbers that you are giving us in terms of your sector, you are saying it's your achievements, your sector achievements, actually tells us a different story. That there are years that actually you actually outperformed yourselves. And this year, it's the lowest actually. The 174 is the lowest ever in terms of the achievements over the years. The other was, I think the other low in terms of sanitation was at 356, but 174, it's actually the lowest in terms of your own slide and your own reporting. If you look at the classrooms built as well, this year is the lowest. And we want to understand why. If it's financial constraints, tell us. Because there are years where you actually built about 3,683, and that is in 2016. In 2023, you built about 2,640. In 2023-24 again, 2,175. This year you are at 1,344. What informs these lower achievements in the sector? And this is up to quarter 3. You are saying this is up to quarter 3. So unless if you are saying to us in the quarter 4, these numbers are going to double. We want to get that. And even if you go to the fencing projects, the lowest is in this financial year. The rest of the years, the numbers are high. So we want to know exactly what informs this drop in terms of the numbers, and it's significant drops. If you were able to build around 22 new schools or replacement of schools that you've completed, 22 of them in 2023-2024, and in 2024-2025 only 9. That is a significant drop, and we want to understand why are we not seeing an increase and we're seeing a decline. Because then your narrative that certain things are your priority this year, it actually doesn't follow what has been achieved over the years. The last one is, I think, a response to the issues maybe coming from the floor before the minister comes in on the visit to Eastern Cape. The visit to Eastern Cape, we had agreed, I think we had a conversation in the last committee meeting, that due to the meeting, the joint committee that was actually chaired by the Committee of Police, we felt that we don't need the meeting that we had wanted to have with all other sectors. But we had agreed and committed that we are going to go for an oversight in the Eastern Cape. And we agreed that this school is it's the first school that we're going to visit when we do our oversight. That's how we opted for Eastern Cape as a province that we'll be visiting. However, I do know that in terms of the new programming, we might not even have an oversight in this term because of the new other issues. So maybe after the department leaves, we'll have to have a conversation about how do we deal with that specific oversight that we had planned, that we were going to visit the school, and parties to to invite, we had already agreed, and I think all the parties you had mentioned, we had agreed that they are going to be part and parcel of the parties we invite to this oversight visit. So we'd have to discuss on how then do we deal with it if there's not going to be any oversight this term. If we do a one-day visit, we can speak about that and make an application to the House Chair. The issue of Mpumalanga, we also engaged on it in the last meeting, and we had agreed that we must find time to engage. Actually, our plan was to engage with 2 provinces. Mpumalanga was one of the provinces that we wanted to engage in our next meeting. I think it was on the basis of budget, because we wanted to know exactly the issues you are raising. So we were going to allow at least 2 provinces to present their own budget at the provincial level, and we interrogate that vis-a-vis the budget and the priorities of the national department. But we had to move that because of the letter that we received to say all meetings that concerns budget have to be halted for now. So now, if we're saying we need to call Mpumalanga specifically for this issue, we can do that. But what we had wanted to achieve then was to call them for comprehensive issues that deals with their budget this year in the province. There are specific cases that members were raising, Minister, and I hope that the department was able to, including the school that Honorable Komani is speaking about, which is in a dire state. I actually wanted us to connect and we see the pictures, all of us, because it's actually a seriously bad infrastructure. So those specific issues, I hope you've noted them, and you will be able to give us responses as soon as possible on those specific issues that are raised by members. So let me allow you an opportunity to respond first to this set of questions, and then I'm going to allow members to make follow-up questions. Although I'm going to be very strict on the follow-ups, I think we'll give 1 minute each, because so that we give you time to lunch. Some of you are presenting statements in the plenary. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, and good afternoon to the members, and thank you very much for your questions. I think perhaps, Chair, before I get into some specific questions, there are a number of things that have come up and have almost become thematic in this meeting, which concern me deeply as much as they concern the members of this committee. The one is the issue around the National School Nutrition Program that various members have raised, particularly in provinces like KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape. We've also heard a number of issues that have been raised around the availability of scholar transport due to service providers that have not been paid. Also the issue around in the Northern Cape, particularly around municipalities who are not paying their bills and therefore having schools being cut off for electricity supply. Now, Chair, it's important to note that I remain extremely concerned about these things, because particularly if one looks at the National School Nutrition Program, members, that the National School Nutrition Program is a conditional grant. There isn't in any scenario where any province should be spending that money on anything else besides school nutrition. So reports that provinces are not paying service providers and schools are not getting the food that they need for the learners who are in these schools is problematic. And I want to assure you that this is something that I want to be taking up with the 2 provinces, because the 10 billion rand that is invested every single year in this program is purely designed to cater to learners who at times that is the only meal they'll receive that day. It is unconscionable to me that that money can be spent for anything else other than school nutrition. So these reports, and I don't take them as anecdotal reports, Honorable Manjaba, I think there's enough now from the committee that I've received to hear that there's a consistent problem in some of these provinces, and I want to assure the members that I'll be taking this up with both the MECs in KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape, because this will definitely need to be rectified, including scholar transport. Though with scholar transport, things are slightly different in the sense that these are not protected funds. So often when provinces are stretched in terms of finances, sometimes those funds can be spent elsewhere. But where it is unforgivable, it is the use of anything other than school nutrition on school nutrition, because those are funds that are protected from Treasury solely for the purposes of feeding children. And so that is something that I would like to take up. And of course, the issue around municipalities not paying their bills. This is a massive problem that we have, and often then schools are cut off with their power. As Mr. Mafoko was explaining, that we've made significant strides in giving provinces the infrastructure they need in terms of electrification, in terms of water provision. The reality is that if the municipality is not providing the bulk water that we need, there becomes a problem. If the municipality is not paying their bills and they cut off, we can't simply ask schools to step into that breach. So it is a problem that we are facing, and you are right, Chairperson, that yes, there has to be greater coordination between all spheres of government, whether it's between different departments or municipalities. Yes, there has to be greater coordination. But members, it would be amiss of us to assume that we don't understand that some municipalities have completely collapsed, that governance in some municipalities doesn't exist. And so these schools exist within municipalities, and you can't remove them from them. So if a municipality can't pay its bills, can't pay its employees, it means it tells you that it's definitely not going to be able to provide basic services even for that school. So yes, coordination is good, and we are committed to doing so, but we then have our hands tied when one sphere of government says, we have no money, we have gone bankrupt, because we don't have the resources to bail out a municipality just so that they can provide services. Then I want to quickly run through, Chairperson, on some of the questions that were asked. Honorable Mngadi asked around the issue around electricity infrastructure. How do we quality manage the projects? Honorable Member, as I said, as I indicated, when we're talking about electrifying schools, what we're saying is that we've provided the infrastructure that schools need. So Mr. Mafoko will be able to give you the technical terms, but my assumption is things like what you would need to have electricity in the school. But whether or not there is electricity is then dependent on another different sphere of government. So we were saying that 3,145 schools have pit toilets. What will we do? We were indicating that of the 2018 backlog, 96% of that backlog, or that 2018 audit that was done in 2018, 96% of that backlog is done. We're sitting with 139. In fact, we recently received news that we have about 137. About 2 more have been completed. We're sitting with 137 pit toilets that are left. But the reason why I keep emphasizing this point, that just because we clear the backlog of 2018 does not mean that when members go to provinces, they're not going to find schools with pit toilets. It is very possible that you very well might. Because one, there's two things. Number one, either in 2018, some of those schools could have been missed. Two, maybe those schools had proper infrastructure then, and that infrastructure has regressed. And then what do communities do? Well, they find another way. They build pit toilets. Because if these pit toilets are not maintained, if these toilets that we build are not maintained, they are not cleared, they get clogged up. And then the only alternative that people then have would say, well, we're going to just build new pit toilets. So the point I'm making about infrastructure being a forever moving target is that we and provinces need to be consistently responsive to, one, new learners coming into our schools, which means we've got to extend the toilets. We've got to make sure that if there are still toilets out there, we identify where they are, we find them, and we eradicate them. We also do have issues with schools who refuse for us to demolish the toilets even once the new toilets have been built. And I cannot in good conscience blame them entirely, Chairperson and members, because if some of these toilets malfunction, then the schools are saying this is our backup plan. Because sometimes there's an issue with the cleaning, the maintenance of the toilets, and they're saying if we demolish these, then we don't have a backup plan. Even if you give us flush toilets, what if we don't have running water for 3 months? then what do we do? So I'm not trying to make this an insurmountable problem. But however, I'm trying to paint the picture of the complexity, because even if you go there and you say demolish this thing, and you say to contractors demolish it, it's unsafe for children, particularly small children, they will tell you, but I'm going to need a backup when the municipality fails me. So we are trying to work with schools to say, yes, how do we have waterless solutions to these problems, so that you don't need to hang on to dangerous infrastructures. Then Honorable Banjava was talking about the issue around the burning of the school. Honorable Member, I couldn't agree with you about Riverlea. I know that there's a police investigation that is ongoing, but it is truly heartbreaking to me that that our communities don't always view our schools as the assets that they are. Because ultimately, these are assets that don't belong to government. They belong to those communities. When schools are gutted by fires, you've got hundreds of children who are displaced, particularly in a province like Gauteng that is already struggling with admissions of learners. And so it's been good to see the provincial government being very responsive with that. But at the same time, I mean, this is now money that's already been spent on a school that we're going to have to now redirect to rebuild schools or infrastructure that we already had. Then the issue around school nutrition, I think I've dealt with it. This is something I'll be taking up with MEC Gade as soon as this meeting is done. With regards to overcrowding in schools, I think what Mr. Mafuko was explaining, Honorable Member, is that we're not just dealing with overcrowding traditionally just in places like the Western Cape and Gauteng. Now we're dealing with overcrowding in any city, in any town really. Whether you go to Buffalo City, for instance, and the schools that are there. If you go to Buffalo City, all the schools that are there, whether it's township schools, town schools, they're experiencing, massive pressures, because people who are coming from rural Eastern Cape or ezilalini around down sihlala kuzo, it means that umuntu xa umama xa efuna uyofumana umsebenzi uzahamba nabantwana bakhe. Xa ehamba nabantwana bakhe, thina singurhulumente asinokuthi akho ndawo yesikolo shiya umntanakho. Uyitsho kanjani into njalo? So you have to make a plan. What then is that plan? That plan means bigger classroom sizes. That plan means ufuneke ufumane a mobile classroom to then augment what you have. And I think what Mr. Mafuko was saying earlier about the 10-point plan was that one of the things that we've realized is that we mustn't be flat-footed as urhulumente. Afunekanga silinde ezi zinto zenzeke kuze siresponde, and that we must be preemptive by seeing where are migration patterns happening. How can we then foresee into bana towns are going to require additional infrastructure? So that is something we've realized that we haven't always been strong at, and we're wanting to be more preemptive and proactive in making sure that we are preempting migration movements. Honorable Komani talks about the issue around he wants to accompany me to my office, and by all means, Honorable Member, I would be more than happy to have you. I have certainly an open door policy. I'd be happy to host you. But to the more pointed question that you ask around I'm assuming when you're talking about the Bella Act, you're talking about the regulations that we are developing. Those regulations have not been delayed, so I'm not entirely sure what the complaint here has been. You'll recall that at the end of last year, we committed to having these published for public comment, they will come even to this committee, and all of you will have an opportunity to look at those regulations, and those will be done by no later than June. I'm very, very encouraged by the pace that the team is going at, and I believe we may even be able to do that before then. You asked the issue around being lied to, check the quality of the information. I do want to spend just 1 minute on this, Chairperson, that the Honourable Member talks about the issue of reliable data. And if you look at the diagnosis or the problem statement, Honourable Komani, that Mr. Mafuko had up there, one of the things that we identify as a weakness in dealing with infrastructure is the unreliability of data. There was a time where even as the DBE, we would ask provinces and say, this has been reported, and provinces would say, we are unclear as to whether or not this is the case. So the vastness of our provinces, the vastness of the system has undermined often our ability to have reliable data. But we've identified that as a challenge, and that is something we're saying, if we are going to plan effectively for infrastructure delivery, then we have to have good data. So I can assure you, sir, that none of what is being said here is meant to mislead you or paint a glossy picture. I think one of the things that I do try is to be as honest as possible about what the challenges are. The issue around libraries, that's a point well made. In fact, when the team was presenting this to me, I realized that we do have a serious problem, because we are sitting at about 30% of bricks and mortar libraries across the country. And some of them are cluster libraries, some of them are community. So outside the 30% is school libraries. But there are then schools that only rely on community libraries, schools that rely on cluster libraries. That, of course, is a problem, and I agree with you that it shouldn't matter where you go to school, but you should be able to have access to a quality library that is well stocked. Then the issue around KZN Scholar Transport came up again. Honorable Christians, off-the-grid energy solutions. In fact, when I recently went to Limpopo in the Vembe district to go and hand over some new sanitation projects, they are doing some exceptional work of essentially building these sanitation projects that have inbuilt solar panels. And obviously it takes a lot of money to protect them and to secure them. So there are solutions, but it is about whether or not we can scale them, and whether or not we can be able to protect them, should we be able to roll them out. So there are those solutions that are available, but of course money does become a problem. I take the point around hostel facilities being minimal. I know that the Eastern Cape has a concerted effort to try and build, as they try and consolidate some of the smaller unviable schools. They are also having, they are wanting to make sure that they are building hostels so that children don't have to commute between faraway villages to hostels, that they can be accommodated in a hostel so that they can get rid of multi-grade classes. Because it doesn't help when communities say, we don't want to let go of the school. This is an ode to a chief that used to live here, and there's only 5 children at the school. Those children are not getting a good quality education. So consolidation, while it is difficult, Chairperson, and I'll come to the process that is followed now, while it's difficult because people have emotional attachments to schools, but we have to do it for the best interest of the learners. But of course, that has to either be augmented by reliable scholar transport, or at the very least by the provision of hostel facilities. Honorable Shikwambana, I have said it right today. I'm very pleased with myself. On the issue around the Twekwe case, and the chairperson has indicated that the committee will be visiting or conducting an oversight to the school. And of course, should the committee require any assistance from us in making sure that they are able to have that oversight visit with the provincial officials there. But also, I think, Chairperson, as you know, as you mentioned earlier, I think it would be really useful for that meeting or that oversight visit to be in tandem with your meeting with the police, because we have now, from an education point of view, arrived at a point where we've now handed the matter formally over to the police, where there's very little that we can move on now. However, I think that either Minister Mkunu or even the provincial police commissioner would be really useful in that kind of meeting, to then take the committee to say, this is where we are with this particular case. But on broader school safety, which did come up, I think Honorable Jordan also asked around perimeter fencing, on broader issues around school safety, I have indicated to the committee that the Minister of Police and I and the National Police Commissioner are working on a plan that we really wish to come and present to you once it is done and ready, on how we are identifying hotspot areas or schools that are hotspots based on the crime statistics that the police ministry generates. So we are wanting to be a lot more aggressive in how we're dealing with school safety, because it's not just about the learners' safety, it's also about the educators' safety. And I think the framework or the agreement of understanding we've had with the police is simply inadequate to dealing with some of the things that we're seeing, whether it's gangsterism and the like. Then I was asked around the issue around Mpumalanga laptops. I want to indicate, Chairperson, that I think that yesterday or the day before, the Premier of the province, yes, it was yesterday, the 5th of May, the Premier in Mpumalanga did conduct a press conference in which he's indicated that several officials, including the HOD, are going to have to answer to an investigation that is being done. And I can essentially really, Mr. Brown, circulate what was said by the Premier, because in this document he also states what are going to be the terms of reference for the investigation on the 22 laptops and the like. So I think it's going to be important for us to watch that investigation closely. I think also the committee may also really be aided by summoning the province here as well. But I'm glad to see that the Premier, who actually by law has the ability to do discipline the MEC should there be a need for it. So that is going to be what is happening in Mpumalanga. Then, Honorable Joran, I think I've dealt with the issue around perimeter fencing. I think Mr. Mafugu can also deal with that. Then the last three questions that were asked. Honorable Gwaza, educators not receiving their salaries. Once again, I think I would want to confer with the MEC of KwaZulu-Natal on this issue, because I mean I'm not entirely sure whether it's a province-wide issue, whether it's specific educators, but as I said and I committed to the committee, I'll definitely be touching base with the two MECs. Why does the Eastern Cape not get extra funding? This is an important question, and I'm glad the honourable members asked it, because often people say, why is it that the equitable share is not divided, or the equitable share formula is not designed such that those provinces that need it the most are getting the biggest share of the allocation? The reality is that the equitable share formula is not one that's dependent on the needs of a province, at least insofar as the education needs of the province. That formula is determined by Treasury, and so that is how money is allocated. So even though there's a and I mean I think the chair also asked this, even though there's a great need in the Eastern Cape, as you say, most of the schools that are not in a good condition are in the Eastern Cape. I think I think it will be safe to surmise that part of the reason of these are historical issues. The Eastern Cape was the province with the most amount of mud schools, was the province with the most amount of inappropriate infrastructure. So they are working towards them, but the reality is that we don't have any control over the equitable share formula that Treasury uses. It's a formula that is outside of all government departments, and so provinces are given money according to that formula. Honorable Lowe asked the issue around, there were many issues, but I think the key ones that I would like to pick up from there is how the functioning of the provinces versus national or the DBE. And honorable member, I share your frustration around why is it that can you not do much as the DBE to get us the results that we need, hold people accountable. The reality is that here we have to be guided by the law, honorable member. The law and the constitution are very clear, particularly when it comes to education and health, that these departments have concurrent functions with the provinces. So what that means is that an MEC is appointed by a premier, and that in fact a large portion of the DBE's budget, over 80% of it, is sent directly to provinces for them to manage and for them to actually deliver the actual education that we talk about. So the DBE's role becomes one of policy setting, one of norms and regulations, and one of making sure that there's coherence in the system. And so it is not one where you can go to a province and say, Honorable Gada, you are not performing, therefore I'm sanctioning you as such. I don't have those powers. I don't possess those powers. Nor do I possess powers to take money away from provinces when they are not delivering against that budget. The Treasury may be able to do that, but I don't have the legal powers. So it's not a matter of, do I want to or not. I share your frustration. I wish that we could do more. I wish that there could be a lot more integration in what the work that we do here at a DBE level with the work that's done in the provinces. But what we do is work very well with the MECs. And so where there are issues, for instance, the scholar transport, the school nutrition issue, where there are issues, I'm able to pick up the phone and to say to the MECs, this is a crisis and we need to intervene. Let us know how it is that as the DBE we can assist. When there is a crisis, sometimes I get sent letters by the portfolio committee. For instance, there was a letter that was sent by you, Chair, around a school in Limpopo, a special needs school. Then I was able to say to the MEC, we need to deal with this urgently. So it's a relationship of collaboration and not one of a subordinate over a subordinate over the provinces. So that's how it works. And I agree with you. Yes, of course, it's a unitary state. But our constitution has designed these things the way it has. Lastly, the chair asked about mergers and closures. We can be able to provide some of this information, Mr. Mafuku, around which schools are in the pipeline to being merged and closed. I think that the PC would like to know that. Also, the chair, Mr. Mafuku, wants to know if we can provide all the list of schools that are in poor and very poor conditions. So we should be able to provide that list. Just on the process, though, Chair, on the mergers and the closures, the process is a very protracted one. Luckily, it's not one that a province can take very lightly. There's public participation they must do. They must literally seek the participation of the community. They can't simply say, because there's too few schools, too few pupils here, they're going to close it. Or because there's too few pupils, we're not going to build you toilets. So luckily, the law does protect communities and learners in that the government has to make sure that they follow a long process before they can do this. I think I will end it. Lastly, the issue around delivery on the delivery in the last financial year. Chair, I think one of the reasons why is obviously that the issue is also that because some of these backlogs were identified as numbers, over the years these numbers have dwindled because we are nearing the end of some of these backlogs. So for instance, let me make an example of the SAFE initiative. It would have started off at over 3,000. It's now sitting at just under, it's sitting at 137. So it really is, I suppose, in some instances, a mathematical solution or a mathematical explanation. But also, Chair, in some instances, for instance, in the overcrowding of classrooms that you identified there, we are not saying we are dwindling with the numbers, but we are saying, firstly, those were quarter 3 numbers, and they were not quarter 4 numbers. Also, the big elephant in the room is money. So where we were able to do a lot more in some instances, we are hamstrung by finances, where provinces are saying we are having to redirect money to other places over and above infrastructure. So I don't know if there are burning things that I may have missed that you want to add.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few ones. In fact, there's quite a few, quite a lot.
Okay.
Just wanted to go back to the minister from Honorable Christians around off-grid energy solutions. Just a quick one. When I joined the department some years ago, one of the first projects that I was involved in was to provide solar panels to schools. And almost all of those solar panels have grown legs. They're gone. So as we do this, we need to consider the security considerations. We are working very closely with the CSIR as well as the Water Research Commission and other entities to find other solutions to assist us in order to deal with this. We spoke about uninterrupted power supply units. We are providing those. Some provinces have already started providing those to schools, and they are proving to be very efficient. You spoke about the EFMS, how frequently are updates conducted, and the role of provinces. Remember, there are 3 types of condition assessments that you conduct. It's a comprehensive condition assessment that is guided by GIAMA that has to be conducted every 5 years on a rolling basis. There are project-based condition assessment, and there are ad hoc condition assessments. For instance, an ad hoc condition assessment is when, just as an example, if a school gets blown off by a storm, then you'd send a built environment specialist to go and do an assessment. But when you come back, you'll have to load that information into the EFMS. Project-based, where you go to do a project at the end of the project, because the asset would have improved, then you will do an assessment and load that information. But GIAMA now says every asset must be assessed on a 5-year basis. Unfortunately, we have not been able to do that because of budget constraints. But we continue to update from your project-based interventions and ad hoc interventions. The intention is that provinces now will have to do that. They will have to top slice money from the budget of the provinces, because this is important as part of the 10-point plan, that there must be top slicing of money from every province, such that every 5 years they are able to do condition assessment, which will mean that on a rolling basis every year for 5 years going forward, every province will be, if you have 5,000 schools, you'll have to maybe do 1,000 schools per year, such that we are able to apportion the budget appropriately. Did we conduct an audit to determine the maintenance backlog? Yes. I think in one of the slides I did indicate we just pulled up a screenshot of the maintenance plan that we have done. But that is last year's data. We will still have to update it for the current financial year. The implementation of the 10-point plan, as you have indicated, Honorable Member, we will have to come back to you on that information. It's quite a lot. But we are working, we are driving this process from the DBE. And we have having Ms. Bindisa behind me is driving the process of doing seminars with provinces, doing workshops with provinces in order to train them on particular issues, whether it's the standard designs, whether it's the cost bottle. So it is at the early stages of implementation, and it is set aside some, I think it will be at a later stage where we'll be able to see how this bears fruit. The capacitation framework, actually this one is, I think we've been implementing it for about 10 years, if my memory serves me well. We started, I think, around 2011-12, where we developed a capacitation framework for built environment specialists in provincial departments of education. For instance, we determined how many engineers we would need, how many architects we are going to need, how many quantity surveyors, structural engineers, and so on. And we have been doing that. In fact, at the moment, we are in the process of reviewing that capacitation framework. The challenge that we are picking up is recruitment of this built environment specialists in rural provinces. In Northern Cape, as an example, I think we advertise 3, 4, 5 times in some instances for engineers and architects. In some instances, you don't even get a single applicant for those posts. And what we are currently doing is to work on a framework agreement that I spoke about in the 10-point plan, such that we are able to get a database of service providers, for instance, engineers, and we take that engineer and say, we are placing you in the Northern Cape for a period of a year to go and assist the province to do that. But that is now in the process of going through a procurement process. Ndate Sikwamban, how is funds allocated for infrastructure projects? The Minister alluded to the equitable share formula. There are two, and it aligns to what the chair asked around the issue of the equitable share. Just a quick one. Remember, provinces are allocated funding from the fiscus by National Treasury in the budget, and that money goes to the province. And the province will then allocate that funding to the different departments. And from that, departments would say X number, I mean, we have been given 10 million, 8 million would go to COE. Then the 2 million that is remaining will go to infrastructure and scholar transport and so on and so on. That is the equitable share that we are referring to. So the problem, the challenge now, and Minister has been on this matter with MECs, if you recall, that we have issues with COE and the pressures on the budget and so on. Provinces do not have that leverage to put as much as they can into the equitable share, but we are putting pressure on them. They have to find the money if they are serious about funding infrastructure, and we hope that the more pressure we put, they will be able to do that. So that is the first part, equitable share. Then you've got the conditional grants. In terms of the EIG, it is the equitable share formula that is used in terms of determining how much goes to a province in terms of the conditional grants. What role does the DBE SGB play in maintenance of schools? And that goes together also with the training that we are providing. The SGB is responsible for the day-to-day maintenance of the school, of the asset, of the building of the school. And in the presentation we indicated, and that is the training that we are providing to schools, to say these are the things that you are responsible for. We get taken aback a lot of times, even ourselves, when we go to school. I remember an example that I always give is that we went to KZN and almost the entire back of a block of classrooms did not have window panes, and it was winter. And when we asked the principal, what is happening here, the principal said to us, no, I've reported the matter to the district. And right there and there we said, this is your responsibility. Let us go to cash build. We buy those window panes. We get somebody from the community to come and fit those window panes. You have money in your account to do that. So that is the work that we are doing currently to train school principals and school governing bodies to say, these are your responsibilities. And at this point, when it becomes bigger, then it is the responsibility of the district and the responsibility of the province, but they need to be able to draw the line to say, beyond this, then it's not my responsibility, and that is what we are training them on in the training that we are providing. That is combined. So, how much does it cost to build one school? That is a difficult one. That is company, it will depend on the size of a school. We have what we call small schools, medium schools, large schools, the number of classrooms that we are building, the location of the school, where the school is built. So there are quite a number of factors that it's just not going to be possible to say to build, even if you are building a 7-classroom school in KZN and the other one is in Gauteng. The price is going to be different. Because the conditions are different, the foundation is going to be different. So I think let us not go there and say because we said to build a small schools is 10 million. Why is that school costing 15 million? I think we need to look at issues issue by issue, school by school, and what are the cost drivers in terms of determining the price and the size of that particular school. Honorable.
But I think we're not discouraging honorable members from, as Honorable Law has said, from fundraising to help us with some of the backlogs. So while we may not be able to give a price tag, but those efforts are really welcome. Thank you.
Honorable Jordan, was there an instance where a budget was returned? What we do, we try to be a little bit clever on this one, as, excuse me to be putting it that way. What we do is that we monitor the use of the budget right from the first quarter. And when we reach the end of the first quarter, we are already able to determine which province is going to underspend on its budget and which province is going to overspend on its budget. So what we do, we start the process, which is well within the DORA. We initiate a process to say, Province X, we have determined that you will underspend by X amount of money. At that stage, it's an estimate. And Province Y, we have determined that you are likely to overspend on your budget. So what we do at the end of the financial, before the end of the financial year, we will transfer money from provinces that are underspending to provinces that are overspending, such that we do not return money, we don't lose money in the sector. So in that way, we over the years, since I have been in the department and we started that process, we have never lost money to National Treasury, because what we do, we move the money around in provinces, because sometimes it's measures that are beyond our control or provinces' control that they cannot spend the money. For instance, we have the same situation last year where we had to move money from other provinces. But at the end of the day, in responding to your question, we don't return money to the fiscus. We ensure that the money stays in the sector. All right.
If we can wrap up, honorable members, we're not going to take any follow-up questions. It's 1:30. So those who must be in plenary must be leaving now. Actually, what I wanted to suggest is that if there is outstanding questions like the ones that we've asked, they require you to send us something. Please, so I want to suggest that you send us the outstanding questions, you send us the written responses on those ones, because we can't compete with plenary. It's not allowed. Honorable Shkwambani, what is it? Is it an order?
No, yeah, I think I agree with you. Time is not on our side, Chair. But as we wrap up and everything, I just want us, when we leave here, please let's have a date. When are we going to?
No, Honorable Shkwambani, you're the one who's out of order. I did say that we were going to discuss that in an in-committee. I said that. So now we are concluding the process of the department responding to our questions, so that we can excuse them, because we still have other items on the agenda.
Okay, no, thanks.
Yes. So, Minister, I want to thank you. I think members were saying that they missed you. I hope they saw your face and they are happy.
So there's lunch in the dining hall.
Okay, there's lunch at the dining hall, but we want to thank you and the team, and we are definitely going to do a follow-up. Probably we will do it with provinces, province per province. I think that's what we want to do, especially with those 2,000-something schools. Thank you very much, and we can excuse you so that we can finalize our own agenda items. So, honorable members, on the agenda items, there is a report of the Gauteng oversight visit that we deferred in the last meeting. Honorable Mgadi and the Honorable Minister, yeah, you can have that conversation working out. Yes. There is a report that we deferred in the last meeting, the oversight report to Gauteng. Now, that report has been before us for 3 meetings. We've deferred it for 3 meetings already. So we ought to finalize that report today. I want to check hands that wants to deal with the report, the oversight report to Gauteng. Any hands that want to add on the report or adopt the report? Honorable Shkwambana?
I move for the adoption, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Kaba, I wanted to make an... okay. with the secondment of the report is adopted. What I wanted to request to members is that as a follow-up on that report, members, we might need to call the school, the Pretoria High School, based on the information we have received. Because I think that that information is not adequate, but also we said to the provincial department that we might only call the school after we've received their report, their investigation reports, which we said to them they must investigate 2 matters. And after those reports, we can then decide to visit the school. So that report is adopted, Mr. Brown. The last is a 2 set of minutes. Now, this is what I wanted us to engage on. The budget process, the budget review process. Now, after the meeting we had, the last meeting with Says and Umalusi, later in that afternoon, we did receive a letter from the Office of the House Chair, which was giving direction to all committees to say the process to consider such budget reviews and the annual plans must be halted, because apparently the minister has written to the speaker to present an amended fiscal framework. So there's going to be a whole new process of the fiscal framework. The possible date, I think, is June. I forgot the date exactly. The 10th of June. To us.
The 10th of... Yes.
Yeah, I think it's the 10th of June. So what it means is that that's why you've seen that we had to move other meetings that were planned for this term, and then we took those that were on the bottom of the term, we've just moved them up. So this is not a new item, it's an item that was just at the bottom, we just moved it up, and that's what we've done with the other items. So you will see those changes. But what we will do, Mr. Brown, in the next term, because we will have to go to the House Chair, we've requested a meeting as chairpersons with the House Chair to really make us understand. We are really confused as to what is it that we must do, to make us understand what is it that we must do, how do we plan our programs, so that we have a program, we then propose a new program to the committee, and then we adopt it, especially in light of the fact that we might not have an oversight visit in this term, because everything else is going to be compressed towards the later days. But what we might do, we might then look at, and this is the clarity we'll seek from the House Chair, we might look at our program in the coming weeks prior to June, before we start with the budget process, and decide on key oversight, like for example the visit to Eastern Cape. We might decide that, look, can we make an application, and this is the clarity that we're going to seek, make an application to the House Chair to visit that school specifically, because there is no oversight in this period. So we can make that application. It's allowed to have a 1-day oversight visit for a specific matter. So we can make that application if members are saying we should make that application. And then what we'll have to do is to look at the dates and look at the program and look at what is feasible under this. And because there is plenary sittings that are going to be sitting, we'll have to look at that. The last one is we have received an invitation to a G20 seminars, and we are saying 5 members of the committee with the chairperson. So it's 6 who will look at that, and then we'll speak to members who are available to attend these seminars. It's a G20 seminars on the education working group. So we'll then check. We'll just make sure that all parties are represented at least by one party. We'll have to engage with parties to see who then are they deploying or delegating. The first meeting is on the 27th of May in Northwest. So we'll try and do that work, Mr. Brown, quickly, so that we are able to start making traveling arrangements.
I think because there's a question of, it might be when you are writing to the chairs of chairs with requesting for the meeting in Eastern Cape in that Backview school. I think we should do it as soon as possible. This matter I'm talking about, I'm telling you, if we are not going to be careful, it is going to create a lot of problems for all of us. Can we request that as soon as possible? Let's get a date, particularly let's go to the school there, so that all of us will satisfy ourselves with all facts. Because one thing that you can also suggest is that there are 68 cases of rape in the province that were reported in the province, not only speaking about the school. So we can also as well to say not to just go for one school in a day. There are 68 cases reported. We can even say out of these 68 cases, then let's choose 3 or 4 and combine it with this Backview case, and then we go and deal. There's a serious crisis of gender-based violence in the Eastern Cape. It's very penny, and we need to make sure that we go as soon as possible. Even if it's according to me, even tomorrow we can go that side, and then make an oversight ourselves. And we must not wait for these arrangements that I hear you want us to wait for. But this one is burning, and we need to write. I'm just allowing you as chair, do your work properly. Write to the chairs of chairs. Please, let's get a nearest date possible for us to go to the Eastern Cape.
Okay. Are we agreeing, honorable members of the committee? Okay, agreed. We will then advise the committee on the dates that we were able to find in the program. Honorable Yoda?
Chair, I'm so sorry to take you back. It just happened so fast that I wasn't able to raise my hand in time. But I want to speak to the Gauteng report just very quickly, Chair. And just to save time, I don't want to speak to the approval of the report because we're reserving our comments for the debate. But there are many instances in the report where there are spelling and grammar errors that I've picked up. And there are also some cases where the context is removed. Just to give you one example, I don't want to go through all of them in the interest of time, but on the second page, point 3, the heading there refers to oversight and monitoring visit to KwaZulu-Natal Education Department, 24 to 28 February, while that should actually be Gauteng with the relevant dates. And then there are several instances where I think the quality of the report can just be improved in terms of accuracy with regards to what has been asked from the committee and what we've received from Gauteng. And I've noted that we've received some documents from them in response to some of the questions that we've asked, but some of them are still very much outstanding. And so I'd want to appeal to you, Chairperson, just to submit those notes perhaps to Mr. Brown, if you would allow, that we can just improve on what transpired and also the context of the report, and then of course those small mistakes that I've just picked up.
I really just allowed that comment, but the report is adopted. The report is adopted. I think the issues of grammar and mistakes, we've also been able to pick them up, and we are dealing with it. But the content of it, because if we speak about what has transpired, and that is us debating the content of the report. So what that has been adopted, and I think we'll deal with the grammar and the mistakes and which we've also been noting, Mr. Brown. I think please sit down with the team. Don't change the content because we've adopted that. Sit down with the team and really clean up the document before we ATC it, because it reflects bad on us as a committee if we submit reports of that nature. Honorable Christian. To agree with the report. So you don't agree with the report. You are not adopting the report. Okay, that's fine. That's noted. Honorable members, there's 2 minutes of the meeting, the budget review minutes. We still have to adopt the minutes because those meetings took place. And I want to tell you why we have to adopt those minutes. The approach to the fiscal framework would really be the department to tell us what has changed. Because they've already submitted their APPs, their what was to us, the 3. So what we will then say to them, what has changed on what you've previously, and we then take it from there, from what they have changed based on the new allocation perhaps, or based on the new framework. So can we adopt the minutes, the 2 minutes on the APP? When did we send the minutes? Okay, so we had time to go through the minutes. Honorable Low, at the back.
Thank you, Chair. I therefore adopt the minutes.
The minutes of the 22nd and the one of the 24th. The 22nd, it was the basic education. 24th, it was SACE and Umalusi. Okay, Honorable Shkwambana.
Chair, I want to move for to second the 22nd one, the one of the...
Umalusi and SACE. The first one.
The first one.
The DBE one.
Yes.
You were not on the 24th. You were not there.
The Umalusi one. I'm going to be silent because I advised before the commencement of the meeting that we are about to commit a mistake here. We are continuing with this meeting, which is going to affect by the new development, or is going to be affected by the new development of the statement of the minister. A minister having written to the speaker requesting for amendments of the fiscal framework. So I'm not going to adopt this one because I warned the committee before. You did not listen to me.
Okay. So the 22nd minutes are adopted. Any seconders for the 24th minutes? Any seconders? Honorable Kaba? The minutes are adopted. Indeed, honorable members, I think what we sought was, which is still very unclear, was a direction from the House Chair, which is still very unclear exactly as to what is it that we must do. But we've all of us requested a meeting with the House Chair to take us through and explain it in a very basic way on what is it that we must do moving forward with the work that we've done. There are other committees that have done some work, and we need to know what is it that we must do. Honorable Yordan?
Chair, I'm just wondering, should we wait for that clarity from the House Chair before adopting the minutes of the meeting which we in question? Perhaps we can let those minutes stand over until we have clarity about the whole process, or I just think we might have to be in a position later on where we have to rescind decisions that we are making now.
Minutes are just a reflection or a record of what happened. So these meetings took place. The fact that we have to redo them, and if we redo them and we come up with new decisions altogether, that's correct. But this is just to say, because we can't say the meetings did not take place. The meetings did take place, and there were things we said, but it doesn't change or it doesn't limit us from taking new decisions based on the new information we might receive in the new process, because we're going to redo the process. That's what the implication is. So let's. I think this was the last item, Mr. Brown. Let's thank the members, and we'll update you on the Eastern Cape visit and on the program, on how it's going to change. Thank you very much for your time, and the meeting is adjourned. The lunch is at
in the restaurant.
In the restaurant. There is lunch at the restaurant for those who still have time.